Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt officially joined the leadership race for the Conservative Party.
Are you excited? Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Sunday, the 10th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the UK on your TV, your radio and online. So wherever you are, whatever you're up to today, you can take us out and about with you. This is what you're waking up to.
Nadeem Zahawi, Grant Shapps, Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid are the latest Tory MPs to announce their bid for the top job of Conservative Party leader, widening the race to 8 now. It comes after Defence Secretary and former frontrunner Ben Wallace ruled himself out, he said, for the sake of his family.
The Sri Lankan president has announced he's going to step down on the 13th of July. It comes after thousands of protesters descended on his official home and then set the Prime Minister's house on fire.
And it's men's finals day on centre court. Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic will face off later this afternoon. We'll be live from Wimbledon as the tennis fans queue up.
And naughty jokes and a love of garden gnomes as the Duchess of Cornwall prepares to release an interesting documentary. We'll discuss how Camilla has become one of the country's favourite royals.
Well, you might think that's a bit premature because I know a lot of people watching at the moment think, no way, still don't accept her.
I like her.
Yes, I know you do. Well, you've met her. I think people who've met her tend to find that their opinions change from what they just sort of read in the papers, because the papers have been very cruel to her over the years. However, they're turning around now because she was editing Home and Garden and Vogue and other things and doing this documentary now.
And a few naughty jokes.
Apparently so. And she was with Jeremy Clarkson on his farm. And they...
Was she?
Yeah. And they, she hasn't been on it yet, but I mean, they've been filming there. And she and he sneaked off every so often for a crafty fag together, apparently.
Oh, well, there you go.
So there you are. She's one of the girls.
Yes,
darling.
quite right. Now, if you want to talk, whatever you want to talk about, actually, never mind if you want to talk, whatever you want to talk about this morning, we would love to hear from you. GB Views at gbnews.uk, whether it's politics or whether it's, you know what, something a little bit lighter today. We need a bit of cheering up.
We need lifting out of this sort of, as you were saying earlier, it's a bit of a bloodbath becoming this Tory leadership contest. Because not only are we now getting more and more people declaring themselves who obviously think they want to be Prime Minister, but they appear to be briefing against each other. There are some nasty rumours going round.
There are. I suppose this is the way it goes, isn't it, in these sort of things? But it is quite unpleasant. And it just feels like we're going to have a sort of slightly tormented summer with it all as a result, rather than just sort of sitting back.
Whereas everybody's going to get tainted by it. It's just not nice, is it? Anyway, what does it come to now? Nadeem Zahawi, Jeremy Hunt and Grant Shapps have become the latest Conservatives to announce their campaigns. Yeah,
so it is, I suppose, what you'd call an ever-competitive field. What will it take to win support of MPs and then the wider political party? Let's talk to Joseph Robertson, who's Director of Orthodox Conservatives. Good to see you this morning. What do you make of it all then, so far?
Well, I think, like you said, it's getting more and more divisive, isn't it? So I think what people really want to see is some kind of unity. And I don't think that's going to come just from infighting. I think what would be good to see is some kind of primaries or some way that people can actually observe these candidates in action before it all gets decided behind closed doors, because that's what we really want to avoid.
But of course, it's not up to us, though, is it?
It's not up to us, but at least let the party membership see the flaws and merits of each candidate and let them get lambasted by each other a little bit. Because the problem is with all this sort of infighting is it's all in the papers and it's not in your face, you know, and there's a big difference when you're actually observing people go at it in real life because you get to know the real person a little bit more.
Of course, the problem with that is, and whereas a lot of people may applaud the system, we look at the situation we're in and you run through the whole primary system, like we see in the United States and what have you, it would take months. I mean, really, they want to get this done in weeks.
I think, well, we're limited to the party membership actually having a say, as you just said. So, you know, you could do it just over the space of a couple of weeks, at least to influence what goes on behind closed doors and sort of, you know, if people hear the party membership cheering for one candidate a bit louder, it might sway their mind, you know, it might do nothing, but at least it would give them that way of getting a democratic mandate for the new PM.
The thing I fear, I think, is that if it's going to be whittled down to 2 before recess, that's basically 2 weeks' time.
Yes.
then we may find, and then, of course, the Tory membership will be voting over the next few weeks, and by September the 5th, we'll have a new leader. We, the people, may actually end up with somebody we hardly know at all, not only as leader of the Conservative Party, but as Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, that's the fear, isn't it? And at least, you know, the way I see it is at least you can introduce yourself, even if you can't change who's going to end up as the leader. At least we know who it is. And, you know, I think that's been the problem with, you know, Johnson coming in and it was all very sudden and it was like there was no other candidate that was ever going to win. And people didn't really get to know Boris as Prime Minister. They just knew him as Boris as London Mayor.
Well,
really.
we do know Rishi Sunak. Obviously, we know what he's like. He started off, I mean, and he is by far the favourite to win at the moment. And he started off his campaign by saying no tax cuts, which I presume isn't going to suit the orthodox Conservatives. No,
not at all. And the general public at large, I think that's just something we want to see as a candidate who's actually going to accept that fiscally, they haven't been the most conservative government, and they've been operating to the left of Blair for quite some time now. And I think the most interesting thing about Rishi's announcement video is that there's absolutely no policy in it whatsoever. And I think that's...
No, it was all about his backstory, really, wasn't it?
It was an emotive appeal. Yeah.
But again, that's interesting because that sort of appeal is more to us voters rather than members or members of the parliamentary party.
And that's my point about
they already know his backstory to a certain. I mean, they're not going to be impressed by the fact that his parents, struggled to make a living at first and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
So why did he do it like that?
Well, I think it's a little bit of political naivety because he's never run for the top job. Most people have never run for the top job. So that's when you begin to see what the actual politician is like rather than someone who's got, Boris to stand by and somebody who's quite an imposing figure to get behind when they need to.
Well, of course, the interesting thing is obviously with what you as a group would want to see and more traditional Conservative policies, which, admittedly, a lot of the backbenchers want to see as well.
Yeah.
Then actually you haven't got anyone who's going to be running who has gone for that top job before, and a lot of them have never been in cabinet.
No, exactly. I mean, well, this is why the race is so unique, and I think why we're seeing everyone briefing against each other is because everyone's coming out swinging. It's the first time there's a real potential to get somewhere, and I think everybody has some kind of chance. It might not be a clear route. But someone like who we might say is more on the traditional side of the party, like a Suella Braverman or someone like that, is already garnering support, which, if it was an open, long-ended race, I don't know if people would have expected that.
I'll tell you what, it does sort of feel like, yes, we know most of these characters, but the way they've come out, as you said, sort of really, it's almost as though they're all angry. There's been a lot of anger that's been welling up inside Number 10, inside government, and clearly inside the parliamentary party.
Yeah. Well, I think we saw a microcosm of that with Lord Frost. It's like he'd suddenly got out of cabinet and suddenly was free to say what he really thought about what was going on. And it's like everybody's got that opportunity. I think there was something to the resignations that was just so people could speak their mind more than anything.
You don't. What do you make of this idea? We had a lot of people getting in touch with us, feeling that Boris was stabbed in the back. That these are all rats sinking a sinking ship.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Well, I think they all had a part in making the ship sink, and no one's going to take the blame for that. Least of all, somebody like a Rishi. But the reality is that they all had a part to play. So, yes.
That's Keir Starmer's point at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
He's saying, they're all selling themselves as, I can save the country, but they were part of the problem. That's how he spoke.
Absolutely. And, everyone's tarnished by the same brush once they've been in cabinet. I mean, that's the way it works. So I think what we're going to have to see is a fresh kind of perspective.
Meanwhile, it's reported in the papers today that Tory donors have privately asked if there's any way to keep Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, sort of buyer's remorse.
Well, better the devil you know, I guess. That's probably what they're thinking. And they've spent a lot of money on certain flats and certain curtains, so they probably want to make sure is put to good use still. But no, I think the reality is with the donors is that they don't know enough about these candidates. They haven't seen them battle tested.
So they're feeling uneasy?
They're feeling uneasy because this could be a lot of change very quickly for them.
Are you glad to see the back of Boris?
I'm glad to see that something's finally been done differently, and I don't know if it's the best way to go about it. But I think he had already floated past so many issues. It was like, well, when's the penny going to drop? And I think sometimes instability can be a good thing if something can be fashioned in the chaos. But it's now about whether we can do that in the time we've got.
Yeah. OK. Look, Joseph, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks.
Let us know what you think. I mean, it's an interesting perspective, actually. I quite like the idea of chaos not always being a bad thing. Because you can, yes,
if
bring
they overdo
something new
it,
out of it.
If these candidates overdo it and it becomes too much of a hate fest, and with them throwing insults at each other and briefing against each other, we'll all end up wishing this had all never happened, won't we?
Well, I don't know. I always sort of look to the American system, whereas, I mean, those primaries are brutal.
Yeah, they are.
And then they all appoint, whoever wins appoints half of them as members of the government. So it's...
Oh, it's a really stinky business, politics, isn't it? It's very harsh. Who would go in for it?
Yeah, but it's interesting. Someone like Joseph saying, Suella Braverman, who I said most of us...
We don't know.
We just don't know anything about her.
No, but the party does. And that's what I mean. Wouldn't it be weird if we ended up with a Prime Minister, by September, we end up with a Prime Minister we don't know? That's extraordinary. They would have a job to do then, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they would be a bad candidate.
I mean, it might not be, but it's a refresher, at least. I mean, it would almost seem like a general election, wouldn't it? A complete change of everything.
I can understand Keir Starmer and his lot getting more and more angry about it, though, can't you? Are you fed up with all of this? That's what I'd like to know. Are you fed up talking politics, but we know we've got to, because the person who ends up leading the party after all this shenanigans is going to be our Prime Minister? How do you rationalise that at the moment? Are you absolutely fed up talking about it, or do you think we've got to get stuck in? It's our duty. Love to hear your view on that.
Yes, you know how to get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Or you can tweet us, of course, at GBNews.
Meanwhile, there are terrible things happening in the rest of the world too. Sri Lanka's president is going to resign on Wednesday after thousands of protesters stormed his official residence and presidential secretariat on Saturday. Protesters also then set fire to the Prime Minister's Colombo home.
Well, this comes after months of peaceful protests turned to violence over Sri Lanka's worsening economic crisis. Foreign currency reserves have run dry, and the government has banned sales of petrol and diesel for private vehicles.
Well, let's talk now to Thiagi, I'm not going to be able to say the name properly, Thiagi Ruanpetrina, who's a researcher at Amnesty International and joins us from Colombo. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. And I do apologise, I had trouble pronouncing your name. But, I mean, what a terrible thing to happen. The country must be in a state of shock.
The economic situation, absolutely. And this has been ongoing for weeks and months now. But what people saw yesterday was a majority of it, which were peaceful protests, coming to a culmination to a point where they basically went and occupied the president's house, the official residence, and the presidential secretariat.
I mean, when we look at what is happening in Sri Lanka, I mean, actually, the situation there is absolutely desperate, isn't it? When you're looking at consider fuel a basic now, but fuel, medicine, food, I mean, it is all running out, isn't it?
So there's a severe balance of payment crisis. And this has also meant that we have more imports than we have exports. So last year, they started cutting down on the imports that we bring into the country just to make sure we have enough dollars left to pay for essential imports like fuel, medicine, things like that. But right now, we've completely run dry. There are no petrol shipments till at least the end of next week or the end of this month. And so for the past 2 weeks, the country's been at virtually a standstill. People haven't been able to get to work. Kids haven't been able to get to school. And so that's the daily reality here. And that's after for months people have been staying in line for cooking gas. So the frustrations have been building up for a very long time now. And there's still no end in sight. But people do believe that the economic crisis and the political crisis are so deeply intertwined, and there has to be a resolution to both of them together.
And with the president likely to resign this week, I think on Wednesday, what politically is going to happen next? How will there be any conclusion to this?
So the Constitution provides that if the president resigns on Wednesday, then the Prime Minister acts as the acting president for a month period, and then the Parliament within that month is able to appoint somebody from within the Parliament as the next president. And that president will remain in power for the rest of this current president's term, which runs till 2024. But there's also news reports from the Prime Minister saying he too will resign. So if this is the case, or if he's sacked before that, because the president has the power to do that, then the speaker is able to act as the president.
Diaghi, we're going to have to leave it there, but it's good to talk to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, at 6:16, let's bring you up to date with what's going on the rest of the day. Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid, both former health secretaries, of course, have promised to slash corporation tax in their separate bids for the Tory leadership. Declaring their candidacies in the Telegraph, Mr Hunt and Mr Javid both said they would not only scrap the former Chancellor's plans to raise corporation tax from 19 to 25% in April, but reduce the rate to 15%.
The RAF has deployed fighter jets to Finland and Sweden, countries which recently applied to join NATO for training exercises. It said the deployment was part of an increased presence in the region and were requested by the host nations. Now, temperatures in the UK are going to reach close to 30 Celsius again today, amid this heat wave that is hitting a lot of the nation. Not all of you, of course, certainly down sort of Midlands south have it's been
weather.
pretty warm. Anywhere further north, well, I'm not quite sure.
I think your time is coming, though. I think, as far as I can tell from the weather reports, and we'll get a proper weather report soon.
Yeah.
It will improve for those parts of the country as well during the week. It's certainly going to get hotter, whether or not it'll be completely sunny.
Yeah, I don't know. London and the southeast expect to see highs of 29 and clear skies today. So it's going to be hotter than parts of the Maldives. Apparently, we always use these comparisons, don't we? Having never been to the Maldives,
no,
I have no idea how hot it gets.
I know. I think it gets very hot.
But it would be.
What's the hottest you've ever been on holiday and had to endure? I was in Nicosia once in Cyprus, and it was definitely 41 degrees, and the tarmac was almost bubbling.
Oh,
in the city.
Yes, I've got to about 38, but I've also been to about minus 38.
Really? Where was that?
That was in the very north of Finland on the Russian border.
Wow.
And that was, it hurt to breathe. You had to just cover everything up. But that was amazing.
OK, well,
amazing.
This will lift us out of politics. If you would get in touch and tell us your holiday stories, where's the hottest you've ever had to endure, or maybe the coldest too. Love to hear your stories. Please get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk. And all eyes, of course, are going to be on the centre court this afternoon because it's the men's singles final at Wimbledon. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge will be in the Royal Box to watch Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic battle it out for the title. Kate is actually patron of the All England Club, and she will present the trophies to both the runner-up and the winner during that ceremony after the match.
I hope Nick Kyrgios behaves himself.
So do
in
I.
Front of
Yes.
Catherine.
Yes. Didn't she look spectacular yesterday? Did you see her?
She always
Her
does.
picture is on front page of most of the newspapers because she was out in a bright yellow dress and she just... How does she do it? She always looks so perfect.
I tell you what, though, I always think with these people, she's got a stylist.
Oh, yeah, she's got a dresser.
She's probably got a dietitian and a chef and all that sort of thing. So, I mean, she's always going to look good.
Yeah, I mean, she's on all of the front pages, but most of the papers also go to town with great big sort of spreads on her because she did look so fantastic. And she wears this little bow, and a lot of people are saying, what's this little blue bow that she's wearing? There she is, look.
Oh,
Whoops. Yeah.
there she is.
It's a little blue
Daffodil.
bow that you can see, and apparently it is a mark of being on the committee of the All England Club.
Oh.
Because she's on the committee, which is a job that Princess Diana always wanted.
Did she?
Because Princess Diana was an absolutely crazy tennis fan as well, and but she was never allowed to because it was made very plain to her that while the Queen is officially the patron of the All England Club, it was the Duke and Duchess of Kent who always did Wimbledon. I think because from very early on they'd said, we'll do it, because the Queen apparently isn't into tennis at all. She never goes. And,
Not enough horses in it, you see.
Exactly. So she apparently, years and years ago, she sort of handed that duty to the Kents, and so they always did it. And Princess Diana allegedly made it very clear that she would absolutely love it, and was told, no, it's already with the Kents. And so she would have loved to. And she used to go and be in the royal box all of those years that she was so prominent. And everybody always wondered why she doesn't come out and give the trophies. But, of course, she wasn't allowed to. Royal protocol.
Just something else for you today. Are you walking to work instead of driving now? There's a survey out. It's come from the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, apparently. It's saying just forecourt sales down 11%. And so people are sort of walking to work. It's all fair enough if you live within a couple of miles of work. Anything more than that.
Well, we were talking about it
problem.
yesterday, that a lot of people are ditching their cars and thinking of other ways to get to work. But, it's not as if public transport is there very much for any of us anymore, and it's terribly expensive in some cases.
I do wonder if this is going to push electric cars. Mind you, which they are cheaper to run. How much? I mean, at the minute, it's going to be. It still costs a lot of money for the electricity, but still cheaper than petrol or diesel. I absolutely dread it. I dread that moment where I've got to go to the petrol station.
And I suppose all of these candidates who are putting themselves forward for the Tory leadership, they don't have to appeal to us, voters, do they, at the moment?
Not at the minute.
The people they're appealing to now are the parliamentary party. But wouldn't it be nice to hear one of them say, maybe, give the people a break?
So they've got to look as though they can win an election, which is going to have to come down to saying things like scrap the green levy for a couple of years and take 50p off the price of petrol.
And cut the taxes, not just for the corporations, which is what Sajid Javid and Grant Shapps, is it?
Yes.
Are saying.
Oh, Jeremy Hunt.
Jeremy Hunt, that's right. They're saying cut the corporation tax. Well, that's all right, but it doesn't help us fill our tanks up with petrol at the moment, does it?
They are saying, it was Grant Shapps is saying, cut income tax for the poorest off.
Yes.
As well.
Well,
so that would make
interesting.
A difference.
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Anyway, let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. More to come, including why the UK is being told to stock up on some COVID drugs as the number of cases rise.
Looking ahead to today's weather and the UK, here dry with plenty of sunshine and little cloud cover, feeling very warm. Here are the details.
Well, after a warm night for southwest England, it's going to be dry, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud cover, very warm, light winds, about 26 Celsius.
Across southeast England, after an early mist patches, clear, it will be dry and fine, with lengthy periods of sunshine, and it will feel hot.
As a warm start across Wales, mostly clear skies. There will be some cloud on the northern coast. It is going to be dry, though, and still feel very warm.
After any early cloud in the west clears, it will be a fine morning with plenty of sunshine across the Midlands, feeling very warm with light winds and highs of around 27.
Now, some cloud over high ground in the northeast of England. Initially, though, this will clear to leave a dry, fine and sunny day. Temperatures rising higher than yesterday to about 24 Celsius.
A widely dry day for Scotland, though there may be some light rain across Shetland and Orkney initially. There will be patchy cloud, but feeling warm, plenty of sunshine too.
It is going to be cloudy for many at first across Northern Ireland, though it will break up, allowing for some decent sunny periods, remaining dry for all and feeling very warm.
Dry across the UK this afternoon, plenty of sunshine into the evening ahead of a warm night. And there is your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good to have you with us this morning. It is 6:27. Now we're going to talk about COVID. It's been a while since we've had a proper chat about it, isn't it? And campaigners in the UK say that we must stock up on AstraZeneca's COVID drug amid a sharp rise in hospital admissions. Now, the drug's called Evusheld. It claims it will allow those who are normally less likely to get an immune response from COVID vaccines to return to a normal life. Well, let's talk to Dr. Andrew Valensowen, former medical director and chief medical officer of Bupa. Good to see you this morning. What do you make of these calls for us to stock up on this drug? Is it a sensible move?
Oh, I think it would be a sensible move. I think the important thing to note, though, is that it only will apply to a very, very small number of people. It is only to be given to people who are immunosuppressed, i.e. whose immune system is not working normally, or people who have severe reactions to the vaccination. So it's a very limited use. But for those people who have not been able to have the cover of vaccination, it's going to be really important. So for them, it will be important to stock up. But it's a brand new drug. It was only announced in March. So it's sort of early days yet.
We know the numbers, the infection rates are sort of going through the roof at the moment. And I have to say, I don't think that many people are sort of overly concerned because people are doing OK with it, even if they are sort of unwell for a few days. But with a sharp rise in hospital admissions, does that are they from people who have not been vaccinated? Do we have data on that?
We don't have a lot of data on it. I mean, the reason we know that as the numbers of vaccinated of people getting COVID goes up, the number of admissions will go up. It's a very small percentage, again, of people these days. The recent variants, the Omicron variant and the latest one, are much less severe, but much more infectious, which is why we're seeing many more cases. And the number of cases, by the way, the ones that are put out officially is probably much, much lower than the actual number because there's so little testing going on now. So I think that the hospitalizations are the numbers you would expect and are not at the moment overwhelming the National Health Service. But as you say, they've gone up some, 27% in the last week or so. So it will be having an impact in hospitals and probably starting to prevent them doing the other important work, which is like catching up on the waiting lists.
I mean, with that in mind, and as a medical professional, do you think we should then be doing more? Do we need to return to any of the measures we've seen previously, or do we still need to follow the path of learning to live with this?
I think that is the path we have to follow. I certainly don't think, and I don't think generally the health professionals feel that we need to go back to quarantine, to track and trace, to testing centres and all that sort of thing. But I do think you need to be careful. There is now a lot of COVID around. I understand at the moment about 1 in 21 people in the UK have COVID. As we sit here now, there are 285,000 people picked it up on one day last week. So if you're in a crowded space like the Underground, if you're in London or parties and things, well, maybe parties are going to be difficult, but you really should wear a mask to protect yourself. And I think that's as far as we go. We have to learn to live with it. It's more like a flu-like illness now. We have to live with flu. And I think we have to live with COVID, unless a variant comes across which is much more severe again. But that is not the case at the moment.
OK. Well, it's good to talk to you, Dr. Andrew Valensowen. Thank you very much indeed. So that's an interesting message, isn't it, when we say 1 in 20, 1 in 21 of us have got COVID at the moment. But as Andrew says, still got to just learn to live with it whilst it is this sort of a variant not to be overly concerned with. But this new drug, if you do have problems with your immune system and you can't take the vaccines, maybe the way forward. It's about £800, though, for each treatment. So it's a very expensive thing to do. But as Andrew Valensowen was saying, it's not going to be many of us need to take it. Love to know where you are this morning, what you're up to, what you think about the weather as well, what you're planning to do. And me and Anne are going to be talking about the nanny state. We touched on this a little bit yesterday, actually, the idea that we're being told what to do. You know, really, there's a big piece in the Mail on Sunday today that they've done about the nanny state telling us to, you know, stay away from the sun, keep out of the sun, make sure your children are wearing sort of loose-fitting clothes and all the rest of it. We never had to be told that in the past, did we? We just sort of knew vaguely what to do, sit in the shade. Do we have to be told every little thing that we need to do to be safe and sensible at the moment? I'd love to know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got all the papers coming up for you in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
again. Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
And let's take a look at the front pages for you this morning. And according to the Mail on Sunday, Liz Truss will launch her leadership bid in the next few days. She's going to have to get her skates on. She's expected to reverse Rishi Sunak's controversial national insurance hikes, or at least pledge to, should she get in.
The Observer leads with Boris's supposed bid to sabotage Sunak. As the race continues, one party member has accused the Prime Minister of putting unsuitable MPs in middle and junior posts to try and cause maximum problems for his successor.
Sunday Times says the Tories are tearing themselves apart over tax.
And there's a new battle to save Brexit. That's according to the Sunday Express.
According to The Independent, experts are investigating the tax affairs of the new Chancellor and Tory leadership hopeful Nadhim Zahawi.
And the Sunday Telegraph says Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt are calling for tax cuts. The paper also reveals Mr Javid plans to scrap the controversial national insurance hike, which was introduced during his time as Health Secretary.
Keir calls for a general election.
Again?
That's in the Sunday Mirror. I mean, that's hardly a new headline, Sunday Mirror people. The Labour leader says changing the person at the top isn't going to clean out the rotten culture from throughout their party.
And The Sun on Sunday leads with Christine McGuinness's marriage crisis. The Star has opened up for the first time about her relationship with her husband Paddy, saying they are having a difficult time.
If you're having marriage... Now, look, I'm no expert on this, but if you're having marriage problems...
Spread them all over the front page of a Sunday newspaper.
Is talking to the papers the right way to go about sorting things out?
I haven't heard of either of them.
Oh, Paddy McGuinness, you'd know. You'd recognise him.
Why?
He was in Thingy Nights with Phoenix Nights with Peter Kay, and then he's gone on to do sort of game.
You're like one of those people who says, he was in Thingy, you know, with Thingy.
With Thingy.
Yeah, there are people who think the more you say Thingy, the more you're actually going to get it.
Yeah. So, no, you know him. I've no idea who she is.
Oh, well,
apart from Mrs McGuinness.
Well, she's now on the front page of the papers. So there you go.
Let's chat through some of those now with the author and broadcaster Amy Nichol and anthropologist Mariana Hotter. Good morning, you two.
Good morning.
We'll have a quick hit of politics before we move on to something else.
Yeah, we were going to do Thingy and Thingy, and we decided that we don't care about Thingy and Thingy.
That Thingy is going to be the next leader of the Tory party.
Oh, no, these thingies are important thingies.
All right.
However, Anne, I think you'll know. No lackey, no lighty.
Do you know that
Paddy
phrase?
McGuinness?
No.
Oh. OK.
No.
I don't watch the right programmes, clearly.
No.
Breakfast tumbleweed.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, dear. No, there you go. Worth a try, though.
It was worth a try. I do appreciate it.
I do. I've seen that one. Let's talk health secretaries, should we? Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt.
Yes. So these are more contenders for the running of the country. Currently, nominations 7. Although actually official putting yourself forward to be the leader of the Conservative Party opens tomorrow evening, closes on Tuesday. They're expecting probably maybe 16 people to put themselves forwards. So far 7, 2 of which have kind of made their statements of intent, what they plan to do. Sajid Javid, former Health Secretary, Jeremy Hunt.
Also former Health Secretary.
Former pretty much many secretaries. He's been around a while, hasn't he? And obviously the question is, how many of them genuinely think that they really are kind of shortlist contenders? How many of them are just putting their names out there so there's a bit more public recognition, so perhaps they can say to the people who do become the shortlisted candidates, look, you know, I've got people in the party who support me, people know who I am, I should definitely be in your cabinet. Hey, maybe Health Secretary, Education Secretary.
But it's interesting, because out of that list, I can tell you now, Grant Shapps thinks he's going to get the job, Nadhim Zahawi thinks he's going to get the job, Jeremy Hunt thinks he's going to get the job, Sajid Javid thinks he's going to get the job.
Rishi Sunak thinks
Rishi Sunak thinks, yeah. I mean,
Suella Braverman is also...
Suella Braverman.
Coming out pretty confident.
Yeah, whether she actually thinks she's...
Oh, I think she's thought she's going to have the job.
Well, I mean,
very
she's
young girl.
quite far right on on the right of centre party. So the people who are like hard Brexiteers, who feel like Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak sort of failed at delivering what Brexit promised, might be inclined to go for Suella Braverman. She's been sort of tested, I guess, as the Attorney General. But the Telegraph are kind of running with the suggestions that Javid and Hunt are going to base their their kind of pledge around what they would do differently around tax. Obviously, we've got this cost of living crisis, we're facing inflation, but also stagnation, the beautiful combination of stagflation, where basically if you're spending lots of money but not making lots of money through tax and people are tightening their belts, so we're not actually going out to restaurants, we're not buying as many things in the shop. You know, one of the other stories that's running in the papers this morning is that people are filling up less at fuel.
Yes.
Kind of, you know, we're all trying to find, we're all trying to find ways to kind of make the budget,
but for the
household
moment,
budgets
the
work.
contenders have to appeal to the parliamentary party members, not to us. And a lot of them want to hear the words tax cut, don't they?
Well, that's it. So the question of is this really a Conservative government? Because the tax burden is an almost 70-year high. Rishi Sunak increased the national insurance thresholds, the rates, just in the spring statement, or that's when it came in anyway. So Javid and Hunt are both saying that they would reduce corporation tax. So that's the tax that businesses are paying. They might reverse the national insurance hike, so then it would go back to how it was before. And the question is, does that mean that you kind of stimulate growth?
Yes.
Because businesses can
That's the idea.
Well, then
invest
why
a bit
doesn't
more.
Rishi do it?
People can spend a bit more.
Because Rishi's very concerned about the debt and the deficit.
Yeah. So obviously we've come out of 2 years of pandemic. We've still got all those impacts. And however much people want to believe that Brexit is sorted, it isn't. It's still costing the UK economy an awful lot of money. And it's in many ways, well, it is at the moment.
Well, I don't know whether you blame. This is happening all over the world, though, isn't it? I don't think you can blame it.
It is.
Brexit.
I think we've got double shock, though, in the UK because we're trying to get used to whatever, or kind of work out whatever the new normal is. So businesses are still trying to work out what the paperwork
But
is,
Liz Truss,
how they get their staff,
Liz
all that
Truss,
stuff.
who
It is more
interestingly hasn't
expensive.
actually declared herself yet, but I think she's going to tomorrow.
Well, I think it might because she was in Indonesia, actually doing
she
some
hasn't got
work,
back yet,
unlike the rest of the government.
Well,
she was
true.
flying back.
I thought she'd already come back, but she has said that she is going to get Brexit done, basically, hasn't she? She's going to continue Boris's Brexit journey.
Well, I think everybody has to continue. I mean,
Go
we're
on,
not going
Amy.
to go.
Let Amy get a word in.
Sorry, go on.
Well, no, the only thing I wanted to add to that is that there's a bit of a dispute over whether you can have tax cuts without growth. And so a lot of people think that all this talk of tax cuts is more of an electoral bribe than having any real substance or possibility that it could actually happen in practice. One of the things that I do think needs to, but again, I don't know whether this will appeal to the public, but maybe not so much the Conservative members, is that Sajid Javid has specifically said that he would cut that national insurance hike, which I think has really hit working people where it hurts. So I think that's a really appealing possibility from him. But again, is it an electoral bribe? Who knows?
Yeah, well,
Yes, everything is at this point, isn't it?
What about the Sunday Times and looking at Boris Johnson? And, another scandal, if you like.
Another scandal. What number is this now? Shall we make it number 550? So, Boris Johnson lobbied for a job for a young woman who claims he abused his power to have a sexual relationship with her. So basically, Boris has got one of his lady friends, attempted to get one of his lady friends a job in Parliament when he was London Mayor. The appointment was blocked by Kit Malthouse, who said they did have an inappropriately close relationship. There's a very damning recording of Boris discussing this, available to listen to, and it just all whiffs of a Jennifer Curry type situation. Again, also, you know, recently Boris pushing for Carrie to get that $100,000 a year publicly funded role. And I think the most damning part of all this, even though it shouldn't be a surprise to me at this stage.
Though? But do we care? I mean, it's like, doesn't
Especially
affect
now.
us. Yeah, well,
I guess that's the thing. And Number 10 have said, look, this is irrelevant now. But I don't think it is, because this is using taxpayer money again. And we can see where our money was wasted.
Just because there was a relationship of some sort, I mean, might have just been friends. I'm just saying, just because there was a relationship doesn't mean she wasn't suitable for a job.
No, hang on. The thing about this story, though, is that the woman confronted Boris Johnson in 2017 and said, you abused your power in order to have a sexual relationship with me, which actually wasn't as consensual as it should have been. She was just starting out. She was in her early 20s. He was 43, had just been made London mayor, and she wanted to prove herself, and suddenly, like, the eyes of the mayor are on her, and she feels like she was railroaded into a relationship that she wasn't comfortable with, and that's why she confronted him. And I think, for me, that's a greater concern than the fact that he then wanted to get her a job, which is seedy, but actually the other bit is much more...
If indeed
dark,
if indeed so.
Precisely.
Yes.
No, and also I think the other key point here for me is she was a graduate in her 20s and he was married with 4 children. It's just another character red flag.
It's the Me Too power imbalance. You know, how much can you say no? You don't need to be, you know, held at knife point to not have the ability to actually be consenting.
Well, that strays into the legal issues, doesn't it? And
So she's anonymous because it's undergoing legal.
Well, she'd have. I think
it is actually being investigated now, is it?
In some way or another. I don't know.
Let's leave it to the investigators for the moment, then, I guess.
That might be wise. Now Camilla. Camilla, we're getting we're getting a lot of this on Camilla, aren't we? Sort of insights and
our future Queen consort.
I love the fact we keep saying Queen consort.
Yeah, that's Queen.
It's Queen.
Yeah, she'll
because
be Queen.
it's like we're using it there so people
we
don't
didn't
think
say
it's
King Philip, did we?
No, he wasn't though.
No, he was.
He wasn't
consort.
King. But he was Prince Consort.
Oh, so is this going to be slightly different?
But it's either King and Queen.
When the King becomes king, his wife is the Queen. Full stop.
All right, well, Queen Camilla...
The consort is just a description, but it's...
Yeah.
It means... The consort bit means she's queen because she's married to a king.
Yeah.
The same as Queen Elizabeth's mother and father. He was King George, and because his wife, Queen Elizabeth, who we all knew as the Queen Mother, because she was married to him, she became queen. And when they were king and queen, they were king and queen. Nobody called her Queen Consort.
Yeah.
Well, our future Queen,
thank you.
Beg my pardon, has a new documentary coming out Wednesday, July 19th at 9 p.m, where we are going to see a whole new side to Camilla. So we're going to learn that she used to enjoy sneaking some crafty cigarettes with Jeremy Clarkson. She loves a risque and naughty joke. That's not news to me, because I've always...
I can imagine.
Yes, I can imagine.
...that side to Camilla. And she loves invigorating cold water swimming.
What?
Which is very now, isn't it? She loves a bit of wild swimming, a brisk...
Well, I suppose if you're brought up in the posh countryside... what they used to call a horsey family. There's a lake there. You get you plunge in, don't you? It's all part of that hale and hearty posh countryside set, isn't it?
Yeah. Remember when she used to be that woman and she was kind of spoken of in hushed terms and it was all a bit seedy. Now here she is with her dogs on the front cover of Country Life. Oh, what jollies! They're wearing pearls.
And she was guest editing Vogue, I think.
Well, this time she's guest editing Country Life magazine, and a camera crew has followed her around. Interestingly, no one seems to have an issue with this, though, not like the Netflix deal of Meghan and Harry. Is it not too dissimilar? Camera crews following her, guest editing magazines?
I guess she's probably not being paid for it, though.
She is a working royal.
She is.
I think, crucially, she'll be kind of quite pro-royal in the stance. There's not going to be anything dodgy.
Who knows?
That's the difference. All the royalists are up in arms because Harry and Meghan might be going, don't really like that royal way of doing things. Whereas she's all very jolly with her terriers.
Well, I think it's important that the country gets to know her.
That's a cynical tone of voice.
I know it is a little bit, isn't it? Well, it's not an accident, is it, that she's... she's being wheeled into position and it's a big PR exercise.
But it's important we get to know who she is because one day she will be Queen.
What happened to, it was kind of all that Princess Diana versus Camilla. You're either Team Diana or Team Camilla. Everyone's forgotten now.
Well, no, nobody's forgotten, but I think it's so long ago and doesn't life have to move on?
I think it does, yeah. And obviously, I think she's sort of proven Camilla's sort of proven herself as a good granny.
I mean, I know there are people watching because whenever we talk about Camilla, there are people watching right now, good morning, who will not forgive Camilla. And that's just how...
But it makes it sound... But that also...
It makes it sound like it's her fault.
It was her fault. Yeah. Well, it wasn't her fault.
Well, I have a theory that actually, in hindsight, a lot of people appreciate that the Charles and Camilla love affair is one of the truest love stories.
Yeah.
I think they have an absolutely inspirational relationship, actually, which has withstood the test of
It
time.
seems to work, doesn't it?
It really does.
works. And she seems to make him happy
They
at
should
last.
have always been together.
Spent
That's
many
the...
years very unhappy, and I think it's just like the boys feel about her. I think they rather like the fact that she makes their dad happy.
Yeah.
And you know, at the end of the day, I think we all need that.
Yeah, we all want that. Yeah, I'd much rather have this conversation than one about some couple
having a
divorce,
row.
Having a row.
Yes, yes, quite right. Well, let's not talk
Make
about
it
the
work.
weaknesses.
Be flexible.
Good on
find
you,
people
Camilla.
you love and support you.
Right, we're out of time, you two, but thank you very much indeed. We shall see you a little bit later on.
For having us.
Yeah, where's the
Look forward
hottest
to
you've ever
that.
been? Hottest, where you've been on holiday and you've had to endure really.
India probably.
Yeah. Can you remember how hot it was?
Probably about 38.
How about you?
This studio Thursday night with Dan Wooden.
Yeah. Well, you're lucky. It's usually. I mean, it's so
Freezing.
cold.
It gets very hot in here.
Oh, I wish. Wayne says he was in Tunisia, 43 degrees.
That's hot. And David from North Wales says, I'm currently in Hangzhou, southeast China, where at 1:20 in the afternoon it is 39 degrees and it feels like 49 in the humidity. It is absolutely roasting, so I'm staying inside and watching GB News.
Quite right, too. How do you sleep in that heat? Because I'm struggling to sleep at the moment. And I've got windows open, fans on, the whole shebang. And yet Barry says you both look perky this morning.
Well, there you
Barry. Lots of makeup, lots of tea.
Yeah.
And very uncomfortable seating.
It literally keeps you on the edge of your seat here. You're on these very high stools. There's nothing you can do except be perched at the end of your seat.
Oh, and Sue was watching yesterday. Your programme yesterday was absolutely great. Is it not always, Sue?
Yeah.
And that's what I like about you two, your sense of humour, but also your unbiased, serious side. You've got to have a bit of a sense of humour, I think, especially in a morning.
Especially at the moment, with all these politicians having a go at each other.
Oh, get a bit grim. Well, of course, we love to hear from you. It's really important. We love the emails. Robin, who works on our emails, is brilliant.
Brilliant.
Brings them through by the bucket load.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And we love to see them. We really do. It cheers us up.
But it's very nice when we get to talk to you as well. So let's do that right now. Wendy Bennett is a viewer and listener from the Wirral, and she joins us now.
That's right.
Good to see you. Really good to see you this morning.
Thanks for asking me on the programme. I watch you most mornings. It's very early for me to be actually up and dressed and sitting watching you this way, I can assure you. But it's nice to be asked on. Thank you.
Well, you seem very perky this morning as well. What was your routine for getting all up and about this time of day?
You don't want to know, Stephen.
Actually, I hadn't thought first. A lot of people are probably watching us in their pyjamas or whatever. But when we get back to you, you've got to get dressed. Sorry about that. So what are you thinking at the moment with all of these politicians having a go at each other, contending for the Tory leadership? Are you absolutely fed up with politics, or do you think this is just something we've got to stick with at the moment because they're going to end up as Prime Minister?
Well, I'm very keen on following politics. I have done for many years. It's a sad, sorry state at the moment. I am disappointed that Boris has been booted out in this way, but I think it's something that we come to expect, really, from the Conservative Party over the last 10, 15 years, and even dating back to Margaret Thatcher. As far as who should take over, if that's what you're asking me, I think I'm ticking the box that says none of the above for the main part, because I don't really think that there are any outstanding candidates at all, I'm sorry to say. Although, having said that, we haven't actually heard much from them. We haven't heard very many pictures from them. So it's very difficult to get a hold at this stage on who might make a good leader.
Would you like to hear from them, Wendy, or whoever throws their hat into the ring by Tuesday? I think the nominations close. So what are the sort of key things you would like to hear? Is it about cost of living? Is it about tax cuts?
Well, yes. I mean, Rishi Sunak, I see, is saying that he's going to press on with his 25% corporation tax increase. That's just ridiculous for a Conservative. I'm a shareholder in a family business that I started many years ago when I'm retired from. And the last thing that we want, and most small businesses want, is a corporation tax hike. at the time of Brexit, I thought one of the advantages was that Britain would be able to really slash its corporation tax rate from the 19% that it is now down to maybe something outstanding like 15%, and that will attract investment. I know people will probably say that a cut in corporation tax won't necessarily give them more money in their pocket, but it will bring in investment, and in the longer term, it will bring in more money and more jobs, and more investment. And I think for him to press on with that as a Conservative Chancellor, as he then was, or potential leader, it's just ridiculous. So cost of living, I think, is very important. Having said that, I honestly don't know that any of them will be able to do much at the moment about the cost of living, because I think we all appreciate that it's a combination of things. It's a combination of what's happened over the last couple of years with the pandemic, what's happening in Ukraine at the moment, and I fail to see that there is a magic button here that anybody can press, any of these candidates.
No, I just wonder, how comfortable are you with the fact that these candidates now are going to be whittled down to two, just by the parliamentary party? They don't have to actually pitch to us at all at the moment. So we could end up, feasibly, in September with a Prime Minister we don't really know at all. And I know that's the Conservative Party process, but are you comfortable with that?
No, I think it's potty, to be honest. I mean, I did have a vote for leader, I don't now, in 2018 or 2019, whenever it was that Boris was elected. And I think the general consensus was he, at the time, seemed to be an outstanding candidate. So I voted for him. And in fact, the ballot paper arrived, I opened it, I put my X on, and I took it straight to the box, the post box, in case for some reason I might forget to put it in the post or whatever. I was determined to vote for him. But on this occasion, we've got everybody and your uncle wanting to be leader. And I don't see how even the MPs in Parliament who have to whittle them down are going to know, A, enough about them individually, and B, what they're going to do to be able to vote sensibly. So it's all a bit of a horrible mess, I feel.
Yeah, no,
it does feel that way, doesn't it?
It's a tricky one. We're very nearly out of time. Tell us, Wendy, how's the weather? Well, what was the weather like on the Wirral yesterday? What are you hoping for today? Is it as glorious up there as it is down here?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Not. The high today will be 18. The sun is actually out at the moment. It's cloudy, and it's windy. It's been windy for 3 months, so it's infuriating to have even your weatherman, Stephen and Anne, telling us that the northwest is going to be absolutely delightfully hot, because it isn't, and it's not going to be. I think maybe tomorrow and Tuesday might be it for our summer.
Yeah, I think it will, actually.
Well, I'll tell you what, Wendy, just for you, we'll get rid of the weatherman for the end of this hour, and we'll hold him off for another 20 minutes.
We'll tell him to look out some good news.
We will do. It's really good to talk to you, Wendy. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
She was nice. I love the Wirral. Look, we've got lots more coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30am every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt officially joined the leadership race for the Conservative Party.
Very good morning to you. It is 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 10th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio, of course. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. But here is what you're waking up to this morning.
Nadeem Zahawi, Grant Shapps, Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid are the latest Tories to announce their bid for the top job of Conservative Party leader, widening the race to 8. It comes after Defence Secretary and former frontrunner Ben Wallace ruled himself out.
The Sri Lankan president has announced that he's going to step down on the 13th of July, and this comes after thousands of protesters descended on his official residence and set the Prime Minister's house on fire.
It's men's final day on centre court. Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic facing off later this afternoon. We're going to be live at Wimbledon as the tennis fans descend.
And naughty jokes and a love for garden gnomes. That's the Duchess of Cornwall. Prepares to release an interesting documentary. We'll be discussing how Camilla has sort of turned her image around.
I'd love to hear from you this morning. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Anything you want to talk about, frankly, get in touch. Richard in Doncaster, talking about the hot weather. He's been converted to us. Well, that's very good to know, Richard. Thank you. The hottest temperatures I've worked in was in Japan, working on the Olympics in 2021. Ooh. Olympics. Oh, I see. Yes, when it was all moved back, wasn't it? 42 degrees in the shade. How did you manage? Wow.
Do get in touch with us. That's what we thought. We're all talking weather. We so often do, because it's quite hot in certain parts of the country, although clearly not in the Wirral, if you were watching a few minutes ago. And I was just wondering, we were both just wondering, what is the hottest temperature you've ever experienced? Maybe you've been on holiday and, the pavements have started boiling, or indeed been somewhere really, really cold. How did you manage? What were the highest or lowest temperatures you've ever had to experience?
On politics, we've had lots of it. And I get it, I understand. It's easier to have a moan in a way. Lots of people saying who they don't want. Some people, though, like Shelley, saying who they do want. Nadeem Zahawi, says Shelley, would be a great leader with Ben Wallace as Home Secretary. As an ex-military man, hopefully he could bring some order to the department and get the Rwanda plan up and running.
Interesting. You see, Ben Wallace has now ruled himself out. The headlines are that he's done it for the sake of his family, and I can see that would be a big consideration. Do you really want to be living in number 10? Yeah. But by doing so, he's very popular, and he may be telling us sooner or later who he's going to throw his weight behind.
Yes.
And then he would end up, I suppose, with a very big cabinet job.
Being a bit of a kingmaker in a way. Though, mind you, I don't know how well he would have gone down in the party. In the parliamentary party. Not entirely sure. But anyway, there you go.
My coffee's gone cold.
Oh.
It goes cold the minute it comes into this studio. I should have one of those mugs that Rishi Sunak's got.
What mug's this?
Well, the other day, all of the press were outside his house, and his wife took them all a cup of coffee.
All right.
And it was extraordinary, actually, because she must have put the tray down and somebody in the press pack noticed that these were very expensive mugs.
But all of them?
38 quid, all of them. It was a set, apparently. They were £38 mugs, but they are a very rich couple, the Sunaks. And then we've discovered that Rishi has got a top-of-the-line coffee mug, you know, one of those ones that you carry with you. It's £160, and it plugs into your USB, and it keeps the temperature regulated of the coffee inside. Not only that, it tells you how much caffeine you've had that day. So it monitors your caffeine intake as well. £160.
You see that? You see,
that's what I need. I'll have one of those for Christmas.
Would you? I mean, look. It's a nice idea. Isn't it a nice idea? But to me, at the minute, it's just like, really? You can spend 160 quid on a coffee cup?
Well, he was. They're watching everything now because he was then seen coming out of his house in £335 trainers.
Right.
But he is a multimillionaire. So we forgive him, do we? I don't know.
Is it? Do you know, I'll tell you what I find interesting about that, because you can't have a go at someone for having a lot of money, really, because, I mean, it's done well and he's married well, and so all well and good in one respect. I tell you what I would struggle with is the idea that then you then think, well, it's OK to spend 160 quid on a coffee cup. You don't have to think about it.
Just because you earned it doesn't mean it's not stupid to spend that much money on a coffee cup.
Exactly. I'd be just like, oh, I can't possibly spend that on a pair of trainers. £335 on a pair of trainers? Good grief. I got these room with that, you know, that shop that there is that sells other companies' makes, but, like, knock-down prices?
Oh.
When they're end of line.
No, you have to tell me.
Sounds a bit like CK Prax.
Oh, I see. OK.
That one. And I got this is where these are from, and they were like...
And they look good.
They were half price.
Oh, really? Well done.
I wear trainers under here because it's just more comfortable.
Yes.
So there you go. So, yeah, but you see, I can't waste money like that. It drives me mad.
If they ever build us a new set in here...
Oh, yes, maybe.
Where you're actually able to see our feet, we'll have to spend a bit more on our...
We'll have to actually wear proper shoes then.
Yeah.
You know, that had crossed my mind if we do that. It's like, oh, blooming
We'll have to ask for more money.
Oh, yeah.
Would that go down well?
I don't think that'll be happening.
Well, from internal politics here at GB News, shall we go to external politics? What else is going on today? Because the newly appointed Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi and the former Health Secretaries Sajid Javid, Jeremy Hunt, well, they've all now joined the race to replace Boris.
Yeah, Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has also launched his leadership bid. He's been telling the Sunday Times that he was ruling out a general election if he becomes Prime Minister. Well,
we're joined now by political commentator Richard Taylor, who can tell us more about £335 trainers and whatever. Thank you very much for joining us today. Who would you put your money on at the moment?
Well, I'm not very good at reading the political tea leaves, if I'm honest, because my money was on Ben Wallace. I thought he would have been a great pair of safe hands, certainly in the interim period, as they were looking for the next Prime Minister. Because let's not forget, Boris Johnson is still currently the Prime Minister, but not the leader of the Conservative Party. I was reading an article from Nigel Farage yesterday in The Telegraph, and he's quite right, actually. Boris has literally squandered an 80-seat majority simply because the party have moved away from being a Conservative party. A low-tax government, less state, and we've seen the cost of living crisis, all under snaky Sunak, may I say, the man who literally has, I believe, stabbed Boris Johnson in the back in this leadership race as well. So I think, you know, it's not up for us, and you mentioned earlier this morning in the show, it's not up for us to decide ultimately. It'll be the parliamentary party first, then it'll go to the members, of course, and many of the members within the Conservative Party, I believe 1/3, are calling for Boris Johnson to run again as the leader of the Conservative Party. So there's a lot of turmoil going on, a lot of backstabbing, a lot of deals being done behind the scenes, I should imagine, to gain the support from people such as Ben Wallace.
Interesting, though, isn't it? You could make the argument, and pretty solidly, that the Prime Minister hasn't squandered his 80-seat majority because he's not been Conservative enough. He's squandered it because of sort of private mistakes, morally questionable actions, and nothing to do with policy.
Well, you're right to a certain extent, Stephen, but, you know, which Prime Minister has ever been free from scandal? You know, you look back through the great Prime Ministers we've had in this country, and I would say that a lot of this has happened under his watch, not all his responsibility. You know, the behaviour of some of the members of his party, for example, are not down to him personally. But of course, when you're the leader of a party and you have this culture that's been brewing for some years, then of course you have to take the hit. I take the point also that I don't believe Boris has been a Conservative. We have the highest taxing government in the last, how many decades? We've seen inflation go through the roof. I know it's a global issue. You've mentioned that on the show this morning, Stephen. But I think there are huge issues. For example, the cost of living crisis. And if the next Prime Minister really wants to win the electorate over at the next general election, they've got to deal with things that matter to the people, and that is the cost of fuel at the pump, the cost of food, the cost of wages, in line with inflation. All of these things have to be dealt with by the next Prime Minister. If all they're going to talk about is giving cuts to big corporation tax to big companies, it's not going to cut the mustard with the public. And I'm afraid, the biggest concern that I have as a Brexiteer, and I just want to put that out there, is that we end up losing the next general election to someone who is a Remainer, or even potentially the Labour Party in bed with SNP, the Greens and the Liberal Democrats, and that will be a disaster for many of us who believed in getting Brexit done. Keir Starmer's already come out saying he wants to make Brexit work, trying to win back those red wall voters who lent their vote to Boris Johnson in 2019. And I have to say, I was a huge supporter of Boris Johnson in 2019 on getting Brexit done and many other issues as well. But he has changed so much. Yes, he was an election winner, but now I believe he's become an electoral liability. And that's the problem the Conservative Party have got. And they've got to find someone now to win them the next general election.
Gosh, well, that's given us plenty of material for thought. Thanks very much indeed, Richard Taylor. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, well, what did you think? Get in touch with us, gbviews@gbnews.uk, because it seems from what Richard was saying there that the successful candidate has got to appeal to the party. So they've got to say things that will reassure the parliamentary party that they are going to go back to conservatism if they feel that it's been away from that. But then they've also got to say things that will convince the parliamentary party that they could be a vote winner come a general election.
But are the two interlinked in the sense? Because it's, tax cuts, you're going to get votes.
Yes, you'll get votes, but yes, that's true.
Yes.
Tax cuts. Well, none of them are talking that way.
Not really.
They're talking corporation tax.
Well, corporation. Well, it's interesting because Richard's saying corporation tax for big businesses. Well, the bigger the business, the more money, potentially more profit they make, but the more money they can then invest in people and resources and all the rest of it, which is good for the economy, which benefits us all. But it's the small businesses that actually, they call those the grassroots of the economy, don't they? And if you've got a corporation tax for a small business, what is that going to do for communities up and down the country? Could be really positive. So you have to take that sort of wider view, I guess. But people would like nothing more than to say we're knocking 2p off income tax.
Yes.
Which would be lovely, wouldn't it?
That's what people, ordinary voters, would like. Is it what the parliamentary party at the moment wants to hear?
We see, it's interesting. I mean, I totally understand the argument that the Prime Minister and the current government has not been very conservative. And yet, so many people say, we still want Boris Johnson in. Jackie says, I'm a party member, I will be voting. My choice for Prime Minister is Boris. He's head and shoulders above those who want to replace him, more intelligent, more charismatic and more loved.
Well, Annie says, I don't think that lot have any idea what they've done. Personally, after 50 years of voting Conservative, the backstabbing traitors have lost my vote. Boris has had a hellish time as PM. This was the time to back him and let him get on with the job. And there's no doubt about it. What other Prime Minister has ever had to face a global pandemic where you had to send every person in the country home and then try and keep them going, give them money? I mean, and now we're through it, or at least we're through the worst of it, hopefully. You've got to try and claw that money back from somewhere, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, he has had a very tough time.
Very.
But that doesn't necessarily mean he's the right person to take us forward if you're going to win the next election.
Things get tough, don't you?
As we keep saying, who'd want to be in politics?
Shall we move on to sunnier thoughts?
Oh, should we?
Because I am looking forward to a lovely afternoon in front of the telly. And I know I shouldn't be. I should be out in the garden, but I'm going to have to be in front of the telly because Novak Djokovic is facing Nick Kyrgios today in the Wimbledon men's final, with Djokovic, of course, hoping to secure his 4th consecutive Wimbledon title and 21st Grand Slam.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a day. The excitement already building around Wimbledon. Not quite in centre court yet because it won't be open, but around Wimbledon in that big old queue and all the rest of it. Ellie Costello is down there for us this morning. And look, Ellie, before we talk about the excitement today, what about yesterday?
Yes, good morning to you both. And Anne, I don't think you're going to be alone in sitting in front of the telly this afternoon, because it is going to be an incredible game. But there was some fantastic tennis on centre court yesterday. When I was speaking to people in the queue here this time yesterday, many people actually weren't aware of the two names that were playing in the women's singles final. It was Onjabeur from Tunisia and Elena Rebekina, who was playing under the Kazakhstan flag. And it was Elena who scooped the prize yesterday. She won her first Wimbledon title. Can you believe it? It was actually her first Wimbledon as well. But there was a little bit of controversy because Elena was actually born in Russia. She lived in Russia for the first 18 years of her life. She's only 23. She actually pledged allegiance to the flag of Kazakhstan 4 years ago. But what we did see yesterday on centre court was a Russian woman lifting the trophy in a year where Russian and Belarusian players have been banned. So it was certainly interesting, but absolutely fantastic for her. 23 years old and winning Wimbledon, but very relaxed about her win, can I just say. She simply walked up to the net and shook hands with Onjabeur, and Onjabeur did say afterwards, I need to teach her how to celebrate. I don't think she quite realised what she'd achieved, but absolutely incredible achievement for a 23-year-old winning Wimbledon at her first Wimbledon.
You're so right. She looked as though she hadn't quite got it. When she sat down after the win, she sat down and she didn't even smile. You would expect somebody to be beaming and running all over the place. And she just didn't get it. And it took a couple of minutes almost before it sank in. And then she did go right. She did a pat cash, as they say. She climbed up and went into the players' box and hugged her coach and hugged the president of Kazakhstan, who was there to see her. And by then, she was beaming. But at first, she was absolutely shell-shocked. I don't think you'll get that reaction from either of the contenders today. What are the queue saying? Who's the money on, Ellie?
Well, it's incredible today, actually. First of all, let me show you the number of people that have come out in the world-famous Wimbledon queue today. Hundreds of people got here at 5 and 6 o'clock this morning. You can see them with their picnic blankets. This guy here is playing cards. I like his style. Loads of people turning out today for Kyrgios and Djokovic, obviously two heavyweights in the tennis world. Let's head over here, actually. We're going to talk to somebody who's come an awful long way to be at Wimbledon. People do come from all over the world to see Djokovic and Kyrgios today. Obviously, Djokovic going for his 4th consecutive Wimbledon title. This is his 21st Grand Slam overall. Brent Pham, you're one of these people that's travelled an awful long way to be here, haven't you? Where have you come from?
United States.
United States. Whereabouts?
California.
California, incredible. And how long have you been here in this queue? These are all your suitcases here, aren't they? So how long have you been here?
I've been here since I came to the UK on Wednesday, the 22nd of June, and then I entered the queue Friday at 11:30 p.m.
Wow, so you've been here for 2 days ready to see Djokovic and Kyrgios in action today. You're obviously a massive tennis fan. I love the hat, I love the shirt. Who's your money on today?
I say Djokovic.
Djokovic. Why Djokovic?
Because he's been winning quite a bit and he has the experience.
Yeah, and they've got a bit of a budding bromance, haven't they, at the moment, Djokovic and Kyrgios? They didn't used to like each other very much.
Yeah, I heard about that. They used to feud quite a bit. I think Kyrgios accused Djokovic of being like fake, and I think now they're friends now. It's kind of because of the vaccine situation in Australia. So.
And do you think they'll be friends after today?
I think so.
You think so? Well, I hope you have a fantastic time at Wimbledon. Certainly, I hope it's worth it. After 2 days out here on Wimbledon Common, it's incredible weather, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's not too bad, is it? It's not too bad to spend your Sunday. Well, there you go. So we've got Kyrgios and Djokovic. They are friends again, apparently. And there was a bit of Instagram fun yesterday, actually. Stephen and Anne, you'll appreciate this. They said on Instagram that whoever wins will take the other one out for dinner, and we'll see if they're still friends after today's match.
Yeah, let's hope so. Ellie, thank you very much indeed. There's nothing like seeing Ellie out in the sunshine.
Absolutely. You look fabulous, by the way, but so does the weather and the grass behind you and everything. Absolutely brilliant. It's lovely to get a breath of fresh air.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just feel sorry for that fellow. If he's been queuing since... Do you know, is it me? Is it the northerner in me? That if someone says, I've been queuing since Friday and it's now Sunday, I just think, what have you done about going to the toilet?
Well, there are loos there. You just walk to the loo, but you
do you?
Yeah, because you don't lose your space in the queue
right.
because you've been given a ticket. It's incredibly well organised. So when you get there, you are allowed into the waiting. That's like a waiting holding area,
I see.
right? You're given a number, and that number is you. Nobody can usurp it while you hop off to the loo. There are loos there.
It's always what I think of.
Yeah, well, of course.
Well, that sort of
these
thing.
things are rather important, aren't
Yes, and you go to these huge concerts like Glastonbury and things.
Yeah.
If you're sort of queuing at the front of the pyramid stage or whatever, I was thinking, I should go for a wee if you need one.
Well, you just have to, I suppose, but you do have to queue at Glastonbury quite a long time, I think. At Wimbledon, it's a little bit...
more civilised.
Well, exactly. It is Wimbledon after
It's
all.
tennis.
But, I mean, that's the other thing, is there a chance to go and have a shower or something? Because you've got a centre court ticket.
You're gonna
you want to
stink,
sit in
aren't
centre
you?
court enjoying it. You don't want to have 3 days of grunge on you, do you? You want to be able to go and have a shower. And it's nice if you can have somebody to sort of relieve you, as it were.
Yeah.
Don't stay, take some clothes off you, give you fresh clothes or something like that. I think a lot of these people are that well organised.
Oh, they?
Yeah. It's brilliant.
He had a very big bag with him.
I wonder how much the strawberries and cream are at Wimbledon at the moment. I think Aidan was saying something like £7 or something.
That was for a Pimm's.
That was for a Pimm's, was it?
Yeah.
We'll find out. Because a bit later on, we've got some strawberries and cream that we will enjoy so that we'll put ourselves in the Wimbledon mood. Is that what you're going to do, I wonder? Are you going to stick inside and watch it on the telly, or are you going to go out and have a meal, have a picnic in the garden or something like
I love
that?
the fact that you can tune in, if you're going to be watching rather than listening, you can tune in just to see us enjoy ourselves with some strawberries.
Yes.
I'm not going to talk to you while we do it. We're just going to sit here and eat.
No, we'll tell you how.
Oh.
You don't have to pay £7 a punnet or whatever it is. It's actually, you can do it yourself, make it really special, and it's an awful lot cheaper than doing it their way.
I look forward to trying this. It is 7:21. Let's take you through the main stories today. Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid, both former health secretaries, of course, have promised to slash corporation tax in their bids for the Tory leadership, declaring their candidacies in the... Is it the Telegraph? The Sunday Telegraph. Mr Hunt and Mr Javid both said they would not only scrap the former Chancellor's plans to raise corporation tax from 19 to 25% in April, but actually reduce it to 15%.
The RAF has deployed fighter jets to Finland and Sweden, countries which, of course, recently applied to join NATO for joint training exercises. They say the deployment was part of an increased presence in the region and have been requested by the host nations.
All eyes, as we just heard, will be on centre court today for the men's singles final at Wimbledon. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge will be in the Royal Box to watch Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic battle it out. Catherine, who is patron of the All England clubs, is expected to present the trophies to the runner-up and the winner during the ceremony after the match.
But like you said, I hope Nick Kyrgios keeps it
clean.
Yeah, exactly.
Mind
it
you,
would spoil it if he
wouldn't
gets...
it be sort of quite... I mean, I'm no great fan of his because I think he's too much of a bad boy, but then part of me thinks having a bad boy win 10 at Wimbledon, that's not happened for a while.
No,
That was
it
quite
hasn't.
nice.
Not really, no.
No.
Ilya Nastasi and, of course, John McEnroe used to lose their temper a lot. And it makes it fiery, but you just don't want to overdo it to turn the crowd against him in a way.
No. Interesting to see, though. Look, we're going to have more royal... We've talked a lot about the royals this morning. We're going to do so even more because the Duchess of Cambridge is preparing, as we said, for another day at Wimbledon, and there's quite a few other royal stories going on, so we'll bring you all the very latest in a couple of minutes.
Looking ahead to today's weather and the UK, here dry with plenty of sunshine and little cloud cover, feeling very warm. Here are the details.
Well, after a warm night for southwest England, it's going to be dry, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud cover, very warm, light winds, about 26 Celsius.
Across southeast England, after an early mist patches clear, it will be dry and fine with lengthy periods of sunshine, and it will feel hot.
As a warm start across Wales, mostly clear skies. There will be some cloud on the northern coast. It is going to be dry, though, and still feel very warm.
After any early cloud in the west clears, it will be a fine morning with plenty of sunshine across the Midlands, feeling very warm with light winds and highs of around 27.
Now, some cloud over high ground in the northeast of England. Initially, though, this will clear to leave a dry, fine and sunny day. Temperatures rising higher than yesterday to about 24 Celsius.
A widely dry day for Scotland, though there may be some light rain across Shetland and Orkney initially. There will be patchy cloud, but feeling warm, plenty of sunshine too.
It is going to be cloudy for many at first across Northern Ireland, though it will break up, allowing for some decent sunny periods, remaining dry for all and feeling very warm.
Dry across the UK this afternoon, plenty of sunshine into the evening ahead of a warm night. And there is your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
At 7:27, good morning to you. I love it when you say nice things. Simon, I'm talking to you, Simon. Good morning. They said, I love the nice, colourful clothes you're both wearing this morning. Anne looks regal. She always does. Stephen's tie is a really nice pattern.
It is.
Isn't it interesting? Because when I worked elsewhere, we used to have a stylist who would provide the ties and things. And sometimes the prices were left on and they'd be like £80, £90. I had one once, it was £150.
Wow.
For a tie. This one, oh, there you go, nice close-up. This one was...
face the camera a bit more so
I don't know which camera we're on. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there.
£8.99.
Nice. Oh, really?
£8.99 on
now you're having to buy your own ties.
I'm buying my own ties. Isn't it nice?
Yes, exactly, it is.
£8.99. I bought two in different patterns.
Oh, absolutely. Whenever you see something that absolutely suits you and you look good in and people remark on it, go and buy it again, quick, before it sells out.
Yeah, so there you go. You don't need to spend a fortune on ties. It's probably polyester, but I don't care.
It looks nice.
I'll wipe off when I drop a bit of pot
This is
noodle
probably
down.
polyester. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You always look nice and bright and colourful.
You're very kind. Thank you very much. Keep it going.
It's true. What can you say?
Oh.
Should we be talking of all things that are going to be bright and colourful and cheery today? The sport in the sunshine and the Wimbledon particularly. Ada McGee is here, or Nadia, as I always think of you now.
Yeah, I know. Well, as of yesterday.
As of yesterday. I can't get that out of my head.
I know.
I have no idea.
Just in case you weren't watching yesterday and you wonder what on earth they're talking about, is because we were talking about names, basically. And Aidan is, of course, Nadia, the other way around.
Backwards, yeah, exactly, yeah. That was the most interesting point of discussion on a date.
It really was, yes.
Went downhill after that. Talking about your previous... I worked at your previous employer, but your stylist budget was obviously higher than mine, because I ended up with 3 ties from Tie Rack for £15 from the bargain bucket.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Well,
they sacked the stylist as well.
A good stylist will look for what goes, really.
Oh, without
they
doubt,
don't look at a stylist doesn't have to look at the price tag, so they just go for what they know works right.
They got rid of them. It was a bad idea. Bad idea, because I thought there were 2 of them, I think, and they were really worth their weight in gold. They really made a difference to how everyone appeared.
We had a wonderful stylist at TVAM back in the original days of breakfast television called Sue, and she was just wonderful. She just thought it all out for you, had it all right. She knew what suited you and always had it ready, because it was very difficult being on it 5 days a week, having to
Somebody
shop.
was 5 days a week? Oh, that's a killer.
Having to wear something different every single day. And, by the way, we were only allowed to wear red, orange or yellow. Had to be sunshine colours, because our boss was an Australian. He said, if you're on in the morning in people's living rooms, it's got to be sunshine colours. You've got to glow out of the television set.
In old cameras as well, it was about patterns as well, wasn't it? Because you used to get strobing, didn't you?
Yes. That tie would have strobed, your jacket would have strobed.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Got that funny shimmer on the television, so that, certain things. But Sue went on to be the head of wardrobe at Euro Disney.
Did she?
So all of those, if you've ever been to any Disney, those amazing parades and all the costumes for the characters, she was in charge of everything.
Wow.
You got away lightly there.
Superb.
You could have been in a shimmery princess dress or whatever.
Yes. You had multi-million views every day, because there were only 4 channels.
14 million a day.
You had to change, so the responsibilities look different then.
Yeah.
Every day.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I can dress myself.
Yes, well, you do very well.
I do all right.
No one's
Incredibly
complaining.
smart.
No, do
And
all
so
right.
does Aidan. You've
Oh,
got
yes.
a slightly more relaxed...
Yeah, it was Sunday, Sunday morning vibes.
Sport, do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Now, things are going to get hot on centre court.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cracker.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Nick Kyrgios, he was thought to have had his chance to win slams. I say had his chance. He's never really been beyond quarter-final in any slam before, but he was deemed to not have the focus or the concentration or even the temperament, the mentality to go ahead and win a Grand Slam. His ability was never in question. And here he is. Yes, OK, he's got a bit lucky because he avoided Nadal in the semi-final, but in the form he was in, there's no saying that he couldn't have dispatched Nadal anyway. Having said that, he's in the final with Djokovic. Djokovic is going for a 21st Grand Slam. It could be a chance of a bit of redemption for him, because he had that horrible start to the year, not being able to get into Australia with the vaccination status. Kyrgios actually stood up for him, was one of the only players on the tour who stood up for him and said, you know what, we need to do better. He's a human being. We're holding him up in the equivalent of a dingy hotel room on the outskirts of Melbourne. And, he shouldn't be treated like this. He's a champion. He's somebody who's excelled in our country and done very well. Prior to that, their relationship was very frosty. Kyrgios actually said, it's always Kyrgios saying something, but he said that, well, no, actually, Djokovic did say, I don't have much respect for Kyrgios off the court, with his bad boy image, but Kyrgios responded by saying, he can win as many slams as he wants, but I don't really enjoy watching him play. So it has been needle, but as of this year, they've come together and they've gone quite well. And Kyrgios said in his press conference on Friday, he said it's getting quite weird. We're even DMing each other on Instagram about various things. And Djokovic says, I hope we can see each other on Sunday. So here they are today. It's going to be a huge match, because I don't know which side the crowd is going to come on. I think most people will go for Kyrgios, actually. I think it's nice to see a new name on the trophy. We've not seen many different winners outside of that top 4, Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Murray. We've not really seen... In fact, since 2003, nobody else has actually won it, and that's even accounting for the fact that...
Really?
Is that right?
Four men's winners since 2003. But even before that, Anne, I mean, we had Leighton Hewitt in 2002, we had Ivanisevic in 2001. Prior to that, with the exception of Richard Krajicek, the Dutch guy, in 1996, Sampras won it every year since 1993.
Wow.
1992 it was Agassi. We've only actually seen about 8 in 30 years. And 4 of those have been one slams. So it's been complete domination.
It is rather refreshing then to have somebody up against one of the big names.
Yeah, look, he's got the game to do it.
He stands a chance.
He does. He's got the game to do it. The other interesting thing that not many people know about Kyrgios, he's one of the only players on the tour who doesn't have a coach. He's deemed to be uncoachable. He doesn't.
Really?
He says, nobody knows my own game. Nobody knows my game better than I do. Most top players go through maybe 4 or 5 coaches in their career. Andy Murray struggled to settle with one earlier on in his career after his party with Miles McLagan. But Kyrgios doesn't have a coach. He teaches himself. And you have to say this time it's actually worked well for him, because notwithstanding last weekend when he had the issue with Stefanos Tsitsipas, he sailed through relatively. He was clear in 3 straight sets on Wednesday. I watched the game in the quarter-final. So it's going to be a cracker today, it really is.
See, it makes me feel like he's a bit of an underdog, and I always like to support an underdog.
His record against the top players is pretty good. I mean, he's beaten Nadal 3 times in 9 meetings. That's not too bad. Nadal's normally pretty imperious in those kind of contests. These two haven't played each other since 2017. Djokovic and Kyrgios. They played each other twice in 2017. Djokovic lost both. He hasn't yet taken a set off Kyrgios. So, listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really count for much today. That was 5 years ago. Djokovic in a slam, in a final, is a completely different proposition. And as I say, he will see this as an opportunity to overtake Roger Federer. If he gets to 21 slams today, he'll just be one behind Nadal, and then it's all eyes on the US Open in September.
So imagine Anne's going to be sat there like this happening with the Pims and the straws.
A long straw going into a very long Pims.
Yeah.
Yesterday was good, though, as well.
Yes.
The women's, it's a long time since I've found the women's game particularly interesting, but it really was good. And as Ellie was saying, what was extraordinary was at the end of it, it was a Russian-born, a Moscow-born woman who held up the trophy.
Yeah, it was. It was interesting because it was just a funding issue. It wasn't anything political that caused her to change allegiance in 2018. So she couldn't get the funding. Now, the backstory is very interesting. She wanted to be a gymnast. That was her first love. And her father and her coach said, look, you're 6 feet tall. She had a growth spurt, and they said, you're going to be too tall to be a gymnast. Your frame isn't going to lend itself to success in that particular discipline. So she changed to tennis, and she was a bit reluctant. And then the Russian Federation wouldn't guarantee funding. She needed to go to the States to complete her sort of tennis education. And it was the Kazakhstan Federation who put their faith in her. And we saw the dividends being paid yesterday. She was a set down, showed a hell of a lot of resilience, her maiden slam, and that was a hell of a win yesterday. Really
and the president of Kazakhstan was...
Yes.
I don't know whether he was the president of Kazakhstan or Kazakhstan
Tennis Federation, yeah.
He was there,
yeah.
And which was wonderful. But
in her box, yeah.
If Vladimir Putin tries to make anything out of this, she didn't do it because of Russian backing. She did it because of Kazakhstan.
This is the thing, but Putin's not going to make anything of it because he doesn't care about individuals taking part in tennis, and that's why I don't think Russian players should have been banned from tennis, because I think there should have been a separation made between individuals and teams. When you're in a team, yes, people will say to me, yeah, what about the Olympics? Because someone might compete in 100 metres with the boxing and they're an individual, but you can still compete under a flag. There is still a medals table at the end of it. When I think of Rafa Nadal, I don't think Spain. I don't even think Mallorca. I think Rafa Nadal. You know, when I think of Daniel Medvedev, I don't think Russia. I think Daniel Medvedev. And I think when it's an individual, it's a team sport, that's different. But when it's individuals, I don't see why those individuals should be punished. And as I say, Elena Rybakina yesterday got quite lucky because she didn't. This was nothing to do with politics.
No,
it was
and
about funding.
She'd done it years ago.
Yeah, but it does seem a bit strange that they're standing on court with the Venus Rose Bowl was a Russian-born player.
See, when I think of Aidan McGee, I think Essex.
Oh, you know what? Nearest point of Essex to where I live is about 32 minutes, according to my sat nav.
Yeah, there you go. You see
some would say it's Greater London.
Yeah. Oh, well, some would, yeah.
I'm Bromley through and through.
Oh, are you born and bred, bro?
No, born next door in Paddington, here. At the station. Yeah, I was just... Well, you can see the hospital over there. I'm a West London boy originally.
Paddington Bear.
That's why I sport QPR.
Oh, Paddington. Oh.
Aidan,
thank
later,
you.
because we're going
yes.
We're going to be testing some strawberries and cream.
Get off.
Allow Wimbledon.
In other words.
I will.
I've got to say, look, I just love this. Captain Jason Stevens. Good morning to you, Captain. He's working out in the North Sea by the Orkney Islands at the moment, laying electricity cables between Scotland and the Shetland Islands.
Wow.
Wow. Everyone down south enjoying the heat wave and the barbecues. We're yet to see any sunshine up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I hope the waters are calm for you as you do that job.
I hope so. And we've got lots of views coming in about the hottest places and the coldest places you've ever been on our dear planet, but we'll go through those a bit later, shall we?
But coming up in a couple of minutes, we've got the papers.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:39 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Let's have a look at some of the newspapers for you this morning.
The Sunday Telegraph says Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt are calling for tax cuts, corporation tax cuts. The paper also reveals Mr Javid plans to scrap the controversial national insurance hike, which was introduced during his time as Health Secretary.
The Sunday Times says the Tories are tearing themselves apart over tax.
The Sun on Sunday leads with Christine McGuinness's marriage crisis. The Star has opened up for the first time about her relationship with her husband Paddy, saying they're having a difficult time.
OK, let's talk through some of those with anthropologist Mariana Hotter and author and broadcaster Amy Nicol. Good to see you both once again this morning. Marianne, let's start with The Sun. Well, The Observer.
Literally,
in
The Observer in The Sun. So, obviously, gorgeous, glorious weather. It's going to be hotter than Mallorca, hotter than Santorini. But obviously that comes with health warning. Look out for all those vulnerable people, the older people, the younger people in your lives, people who might not do so well in the heat. Elderly people, it's harder to stay hydrated. It's more... Why are you laughing at me?
Well, no, because it's like, what are you meant to do? Go and stop people if you see them in the street saying, are you hydrated?
No, I mean, like, if you've got elderly parents or the person who lives next door to you, your neighbour, check they're all right. You know, because if you're not as mobile, you might not be able to get up and open the windows and feel safe in your home, so you're keeping the windows shut. If you're worried about security, you might not be quite so able to get up and get yourself a glass of water each time, or go around with an ice lolly. Give them a ring, say, how are you doing? Do you need me to
buy you
help
an
you
ice
with
lolly?
anything?
Oh, I'm being really cynical.
What is wrong with you?
Really
Look
cynical.
out for people. That's my point. Also, between 11 and 3, stay out of the sun. Make sure your kids have got sunscreen on, hats. Maybe don't encourage them to, like...
This is common sense, though, isn't it? Why
It
are we being
is,
told
common
this?
sense is helpful. Like, wash your hands after you've been to the toilet. It's always useful to be reminded.
Do that in all weather, not just when it's hot.
That is also true.
Thank you for that, yeah. I don't understand what's... I don't know, it's a bit nanny state. The minute the sun comes out in this country, we get some health people saying, oh, you've got to be terribly careful of it. You know, we only get it for 2 or 3 days.
It was literally a news bulletin saying, make sure you wear a hat.
Yeah. Make sure you drink water. I get you if you know that there is somebody old and vulnerable, and literally, as you were saying, difficult to get up out of the chair to get a glass of water or open the windows. I totally get that. But it's this idea that people are meant to walk up to it to you. I mean, is it my age that people should walk up to me and say, are you managing in the heat? Would you like me to get you a glass of water?
Well, not a complete...
Excuse me?
Well, you could be saying it to someone else who
is older than
it's
me.
not necessarily someone who's walking down the street. Stephen and Anne, I don't know what parallel universe you're on. The person who you say hello to at the garden gate, or maybe you see sometimes, or if you've got elderly parents or someone who's got a health condition, just be nice. Reach out to them rather than just going, right, get the Pims on.
Yeah.
Flick on Wimbledon.
You can do that too.
It's all about me. I'm going to get belting hot and then call in with a sickie tomorrow because I've got a headache. Maybe don't do that. It's not very good for you.
I know, I've got steam coming out of my ears as well.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not the nanny state.
It does feel a bit nanny state-ish.
But I'm not the state, though.
No, I know. But the fact that we have to tell people common sense things.
I do like a
Just 'cause the
reminder
sun's
about
come
the
out.
weather, though, because, you know, then you can kind of plan a little bit more what you're going to wear, that type of thing.
Well, that's
it's
why we
nice
have
to know
weather
it's coming,
forecasts,
OK?
isn't it?
I can
But it's
buy my
like-
hat.
Well, let's talk about people at home may be giving you a hand gesture. Marianne.
Yeah. I was
Maybe
like,
giving you a hand gesture. I'm just doing a segue.
You- Oh,
well, the Sunday Express is talking about the education secretary.
Stephen, you just took my amazing segue because Anne said she had steam coming out of her ears. So I was thinking somebody else that had steam coming out of their ears, but then you trumped me and did a better one.
Sorry.
Hand gestures, yes. So the new Education Minister, Andrea Jenkins, how long has she been in the job? 4 hours, something like that?
Not a long time.
As she was going in to Downing Street, she used a choice hand gesture. Are we all familiar with the clip? I think so.
Yes, she gave someone the
we can use
middle
our imagination. The middle finger. And now she's had so much flack over this. It's honestly absolutely everywhere. So she's released a statement about it, and I think it's an interesting defence because she says yes, she should have shown more composure, but she lost her temper in the light of a baying mob outside Downing Street shouting at her all sorts of things. She says that in recent weeks she's had death threats and huge amounts of abuse, and she just lost her cool for that second, and that's the result of it.
I see. It has caused a bit of a storm.
Massive.
But some of those people who are outside on College Green deliberately causing problems, or there were mobs outside Downing Street the other day, I can imagine they were shouting things to deliberately try and provoke her and to be rude. And I can understand her just turning around and...
It's like political paparazzi, isn't it? You know, when celebrities, when you get those pictures of them losing their temper, it's not because they've got anger problems, it's because the paparazzi are pushing. So who knows, really? But there's another side of the argument that people are saying, no, it was just a crowd of ordinary people, maybe with complaints about the way the country's being run at the moment.
Making a civilised comment?
Yeah, I doubt.
I'm really not very happy.
Civilised? No, you can be very angry in public. That's OK.
See, I have to say...
Your elected MPs.
I can be a bit of a prude at times and just think people should behave in a certain way in public life. I do think that. But when I saw the picture of this, I have to be perfectly honest, I just thought, oh, good on you.
Yeah, I have to say.
I mean,
my gut feeling was a similar. I was like, oh, good, a human MP. I like it.
Yes, but a human.
I didn't.
It's a distraction. It's not a big deal. I mean, I don't know that much about her her behaviour otherwise. Do you know what? I think if a man had done it, it might not have been such a big news story.
What do you remember when
I think it's like
Deputy Prime Minister Tony Blair, John Prescott, when he turned around and he'd had enough, and he had an egg thrown at him as well, and he just went for it. He punched somebody, but he had had enough of that sort of.
And when that was raised, Tony Blair said, "Oh well, John will be John."
Yeah, John will be John. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting.
Times have changed, eh?
But he was sorely provoked. And as I said, somebody threw an egg.
The thing with this, though...
And he went for him.
Yeah. She knew she was going to walk 50 yards past a group of people who were incredibly angry, and they can't get to her. She's not at risk. That's why she's sort of smiling and giving them the finger, like, ha-ha. I think, for me, it's more the sneer on her face rather than what her hands are doing.
But she's done the right thing. You know, she's addressed it and she's pretty much apologised, which is a lot more than most politicians would have done.
Hey, it's more than Boris has done.
Hey, we know who she is now, don't we?
Yeah,
there you go. Maybe it was all a cunning
Oh, my God.
plan.
Was it the political nip slip, actually, come to think of it?
Oh, there's it. Of course. Let's have a look, Marianne, at... it's still in the Express, actually, Sunday Express. Women who play football are better business people.
I think this one's a fascinating one. So, obviously, it's the Women's Euro, the UEFA Women's Euro at the minute. Lots of people watching it, cheering on the teams. They're all doing really brilliantly. But this is a survey that shows that women who play team sports, women and girls who play team sports, go on to have more confidence and better resilience to build their own businesses. So if you want your little girl to be an entrepreneur, encourage her to do team sports because it gives them a greater sense of belonging, a greater, a sort of sense of being able to be in a leadership position, lots and lots of confidence. And, of course, you know, if you're active and fit and healthy, you can cope with stress, you can cope with tiredness, you've got a healthy way of dealing with frustration, staying mentally and physically healthy. Teaches you management skills. And so you're more likely, 3 times more likely, to have a good and viable business as an entrepreneur if you're involved with team
It's really
sports.
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. So there you go. Go the girls.
I think that's more testament also that we need to put a lot of emphasis on funding youth sports and youth clubs and really celebrating and nurturing that.
Well, our female footballers are doing awfully well at the moment too.
Yeah, they're ace, yeah.
Fantastic.
Tune in.
Look, we're out of time again.
Oh,
Marianne,
my
Amy. I know. You only get a quick bite at the cherry.
Wow.
but we will let you back in an hour.
Yeah.
So we'll look forward to
But
that.
go away and have a nice glass of water and don't get overheated.
Oh, yes, Mum.
Yeah. Put a sun hat on because it's hot out there.
It's hot out there.
Oh,
We won't know it in heat.
7:49. Let's run you through the top stories. Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid, both former health secretaries, of course, have promised to slash corporation tax in their separate bids for the Tory leadership. Declaring their candidacies in the Telegraph, Mr Hunt and Mr Javid both said they would not only scrap the former Chancellor's plans to raise corporation tax from 19 to 25%, but reduce it to 15%.
Temperatures in the UK will reach close to 30 degrees today amid a heat wave blasting the nation. Well, some of it. London and the southeast are expected to see highs of 29 and clear skies during the afternoon, making the country hotter than parts of the Maldives. The heat wave is set to continue into next week, with temperatures set to soar above 32 on Tuesday, potentially making it the warmest day of the year so far.
All eyes on centre court today for the men's singles final at Wimbledon. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in the Royal Box to watch Kyrgios and Djokovic battle it out, and Catherine will present the trophies.
I bet when Kate and William look through their diaries and they say, oh, I'm, opening that museum tomorrow, or I'm going to do that. I bet when they turned the page today, right, it's Wimbledon final, because they're both very keen on tennis and they're both going to be there this afternoon. And Kate was there yesterday watching the women's singles final, and it was brilliant. And she looked unbelievable. So let's get all the latest royal stories now with Pandora Forsyth, who's with us. Hello.
Good morning.
She did, didn't she? When she
looked
strode out on that court to give out she looked wonderful.
And, it was so funny because looking at her, she seemed so comfortable because she knows everything about tennis. She's been an avid tennis player herself. Now, obviously, she's patron of the All England Tennis Club. So, yeah, she obviously wanted to be there. She did actually want to be there on Friday too, but the children came first because she wanted to be there for one of their last school days. But, yeah, no. So she did look comfortable. She looked amazing. She's just in her element.
Yeah, how does she do it? We've been talking about this. She obviously must have a dresser.
Yes.
Somebody who's in charge of the wardrobe, and that wardrobe must be extensive. She was in this beautiful bright yellow dress, which she's worn before. She wore it on her Caribbean trip.
We've also, seen more in recent years. I think they're very aware of the current situation financially for lots of people. So they recycle dresses. Now, I recycle dresses every week, but obviously I'm not a royal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they recycle. But she obviously knows that she's confident in that dress. It's part.
Tell you the other thing I was watching yesterday is she's totally self-confident in her own skin now, isn't she? She doesn't have to be with William to do the job.
No.
She strode out there. She met all of the ball boys and ball girls and everything.
Yeah.
She was comfortable chatting to them, and then she just stepped up to it, held up the plate, and I don't know. I just thought, wow, she can do it on her own now. She doesn't actually have to be with William all the time.
No, she doesn't, and it's so funny. Her parents were also in the royal box, and apparently she blew a kiss to them at the back of it, because they were in a slightly different section.
Yeah.
So she's so confident, and I think she knows that she's quite popular now.
Yeah.
And she's one of the most favourite royals at the moment. So,
Mind you, she's going to be an auntie again.
Yes. We've seen the
sister
pictures.
Pippa is heavily pregnant.
Yeah.
So she might be about to pop.
Yes, she does. She does indeed. They obviously keep it quite private, but we have seen some of the pictures, and we do know that they are very, very close. So, yeah, that's lovely. That'll be a nice addition. I'm sure Carol's very happy about this too.
Yes. Proud parents.
Isn't it awful that when I think of Pippa Middleton now, I just think of that
Her
show.
Behind.
I think of The Windsors. Which was that thing that Harry Enfield did on, I think it was on Channel 4, and it was like a spoofy sort of thing. And it's very, very funny, but the Pippa Middleton character in it is vicious.
Is it good?
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, no, I haven't seen that either.
Vicious.
No.
She's like a very, very jealous of her sister. style thing. And it's a comedy. It's a comedy.
Right,
But actually,
That's what I always think of.
Pippa's new baby, when it arrives, will be her third. So she's had her first two without us hardly noticing, but she's got the same number of children as Kate.
No, I can imagine they're very, very close and stuff. We do know that the Middletons family as well are very keen on being a close family. So, yeah, they go there quite a bit to the
apparently,
home.
yeah, Pippa and her husband, whose name I cannot remember, they've bought an enormous pile very, very near the Middletons.
Yes, they have. They have indeed. They're very keen. I mean, they're very close.
If Kate and William, sorry, I'm gossiping.
No, it's fine.
Kate and William do settle inside Windsor Castle, which it is said they're going to do, then they're going to be very close, aren't they?
No, they will. And we do know that they meet up regularly as well. They've got a lot in common as well. And I think they've really been there for each other throughout the years, behind the scenes, in their private lives. There's been lots of headlines over the years, and I'm sure they've had to lean on one another.
It's funny when you get these people with vast amounts of money, though, because the parents, the Middletons themselves, they're on about sort of taking in Ukrainian refugees, which all sounds very good, but they're not just letting they won't let them in the house.
No.
They think they'll build an annex, especially.
Yes, they will. I mean, this is rumoured. And then, of course, you've got Kate's security when she comes to visit, and they stay in the main house. So apparently it might not be doable. So they're thinking about, doing a few events in the village instead. So I don't know if it will go the
No, I mean, actually, security-wise, they may not. The security forces might not turn.
No.
You can see that it's they've got to be careful, haven't they?
Yeah.
But
not in the house, Michael. Not in the house, Michael.
No, if you had a big house with an extra sort of annex around, you'd think, well, put them. Yeah, of course we've got an annex. Why not have them?
But they're building an annex.
Well, they can afford to.
Yeah, they can. I mean, it's millions of pounds. It's hardly a little terraced house in the somewhere.
I know, but I tell you what, it's a different world.
Oh, it is.
It is entirely. If you just think about their day to day, everything from travelling, millions of pounds are spent on travel on royals.
And security as well.
Yeah, and security.
Yeah, which we'll talk more about later with Harry and Meghan and their security. But today, William is going to be with Kate at the championships, aren't they?
Yes, be interesting to see, again, what she wears. Always comes back to that. But, she makes every single front page, virtually, whenever she comes out of these things. But, we do know that they absolutely love tennis. Honestly, best seat in the house.
Well,
I mean, to get there. I mean, people have been camping out for days.
Yeah.
I know you guys were speaking about it earlier on the show. So, I'm a bit jealous myself.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, Pandora, thank you. We will see you a little bit in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, in the 9 o'clock hour.
Looking forward to that. Thank you very much indeed.
One of the few times I've ever had a beautiful seat at Wimbledon. The person I went with just nodded off all the way through. No! Because we were all working on breakfast television at the time.
Who was it?
I'll tell you later.
Oh, there we go.
Nodded off during a final. Oh.
Oops. Look, we've got lots more still to cover for you in just a couple of minutes, of course, the very latest on what's going on in politics.
Looking ahead to today's weather and the UK, here dry with plenty of sunshine and little cloud cover, feeling very warm. Here are the details.
Well, after a warm night for southwest England, it's going to be dry, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud cover, very warm, light winds, about 26 Celsius.
Across southeast England, after an early mist patches clear, it will be dry and fine, with lengthy periods of sunshine, and it will feel hot.
As a warm start across Wales, mostly clear skies. There will be some cloud on the northern coast. It is going to be dry, though, and still feel very warm.
After any early cloud in the west clears, it will be a fine morning with plenty of sunshine across the Midlands, feeling very warm with light winds and highs of around 27.
Now, some cloud over high ground in the northeast of England. Initially, though, this will clear to leave a dry, fine and sunny day. Temperatures rising higher than yesterday to about 24 Celsius.
A widely dry day for Scotland, though there may be some light rain across Shetland and Orkney initially. There will be patchy cloud, but feeling warm, plenty of sunshine too.
It is going to be cloudy for many at first across Northern Ireland, though it will break up, allowing for some decent sunny periods, remaining dry for all and feeling very warm.
Dry across the UK this afternoon, plenty of sunshine into the evening ahead of a warm night. And there is your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt officially joined the leadership race for the Conservative Party.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday, the 10th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, we're on your radio, we're on your phone and your internet and your tablet and your computer, whatever you want.
Get away from us.
No, you can't get away from us. It means if you're heading out and about today, you can take us with you. These are the headlines for you.
Well, Nadine Zahawi, Grant Shapps, Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid are the latest Tory MPs to announce their bid for the top job of Conservative Party leader, widening the race now to 8. It comes after the Defence Secretary and former front-runner Ben Wallace has now ruled himself out.
The Sri Lankan president has announced he's going to step down on the 13th of July. It comes after thousands of protesters descended on his official residence and then set the Prime Minister's house on fire.
And it's men's final day on centre court. Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic will face off later this afternoon. And we'll be live from Wimbledon as the tennis fans queue up.
And naughty jokes and a love for garden gnomes. No, not Anne Diamond, but the Duchess of Cornwall, as she prepares to release an interesting documentary.
Thank you for that.
It's true, though, isn't it?
No, I don't like garden gnomes.
No, like a naughty joke.
Jokes. And miniature villages.
Yeah, miniature
model
villages.
and model railway trains I like, but not gnomes. I can't see the point.
No, I've never been a fan of them. I do like a garden statue.
Yes, I quite agree. I've got a Buddha in my garden.
Have you?
Yeah. I inherited him from the previous owners.
Oh, very
I
nice.
love him. It's lovely.
Yeah, I like a little
Sits
statue.
there with ivy growing around him.
Oh, very nice. It's very zen.
Yeah, what have you got in your garden? That's something you could tell us. We're trying to just not just talk politics this morning because it can get a bit, I don't know, I find it almost a bit depressing the way that the contenders so far appear to be tearing strips off each other. And then the press are tearing strips off what's left. And it just sort of seems, you know, it's mired.
Unedifying.
Unedifying is the word.
So if you've got anything else we can talk about this morning?
Garden gnomes.
Yeah, garden gnomes or little statues or Buddhas or whatever it is. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Or you can talk about the weather,
yes.
Of course. Craig says, I remember when living in Brisbane, we had a day that was 45 Celsius, so we just spent it by the pool. In the pool, probably.
Oh, absolutely.
Wow.
Rob says, I'm on leave at the moment, but I usually work in Saudi Arabia, which at the moment is 49 degrees with 100% humidity.
Oh.
So although the UK is in what we call a heat wave, it's actually a lovely break from the heat for me.
Wow, I mean, that's just crazy.
100% humidity. That must be like being in a sauna.
Absolutely
not a
awful.
sauna, a steam room.
Steam room.
Yeah.
Mike says, my hot day was in Oman in 1986, 43 Celsius. We used to judge how hot it was by the number of shirts we got through. 43 was a 4-shirt day. But when I was younger, I took part in a motorcycle rally from Oslo to Lofoten, where it was minus 36, and we were camping at the time.
Ooh, that's chilly.
You'd need, like, proper industrial sleeping bags.
Well, how about this then? Alan says, my hottest is 55 degrees in a steam boiler room in the UAE on HMS Apollo.
Oh, at least you can get out of it.
Well, yes,
I guess.
hopefully they let you out at some point.
Crazy.
55 degrees in the steam boiler room.
Absolutely crazy. I tell you what, some of these people who work on ships and submarines, submariners, wow. And the conditions and the heat and all the rest of it must be absolutely horrific.
Oh, here's a good one. Jenny, in Sussex, says, I went to the Valley of the Kings and it was 50 degrees. It felt even hotter in the tombs. My husband and I spent a night in the Ice Hotel in Sweden. It was minus 8 degrees. I've wanted to go there. You had to put your clothes inside the sleeping bag so they wouldn't freeze. Got to say we had a great night's sleep.
Wow.
You seen those ice hotels?
Yeah, they look
several
quite
of them
good.
now. Yeah.
They do look quite... I mean, it's weird. It's just
You've got, like,
weird.
reindeer skins on blocks of ice and you're meant to sleep on them.
Sleep on a block of ice. I mean, it is weird, but I still think I'd do it. Valley of the Kings. I mean, Jenny's had some good experiences, hasn't she? Valley of the Kings. Now, I'd love to go there.
Oh, I've been there many times.
Have
love it.
you?
Incredible place, yeah. Love it. Love Egypt. Love it.
When
all
you think
of it.
how old it is.
And they're discovering new tombs every time you go. There's always something new to look at. But the Valley of the Kings is going down to King Tut's tomb, but particularly Ramesses II. But it's a very, very, very hot place. There's no doubt about it.
I would one day. I wouldn't go now because it just seems too dangerous at the minute.
You have to
somehow.
choose your moment to go to Egypt. Yeah, you have to choose your moment in time.
I'd like to go at some point. Talking about moments in time, when is the right time to declare your leadership for the Conservative Party? Val says, you mentioned Rishi Sunak's coffee mug priced at £160. How can someone who spends that amount of money on a coffee mug run the country? Well, he thinks he can, as does Nadeem Zahawi, Jeremy Hunt and Grant Shapps, who are the latest three to announce their leadership campaigns.
Yes, I suppose you could say it's an ever-competitive field. I think another 24 hours before we'll know the full lineup. So let's talk to Belinda de Lucy, who's joined us, a former MEP and political reporter. Hello there. Are you enjoying this leadership race, or is it a bit like me? I'm just finding it a bit of not a turn-off because it's boring, because it's hardly that, but it's just the way they're all tearing strips off each other.
And I think it's going to get worse as well. I think we're just at the beginning. Time will tell if this grenade the Tories have thrown at their own party is going to pay off, and the bloodbath of this leadership race that follows. I can't understand why at a time they weren't doing so badly in the polls that they decided to do this now. And I think they're very detached. They're too London-centric again. They're disconnecting from the people who loved their flawed hero in Boris. You know, they knew he was a bit of a gaffer and a little bit of a clown, but they didn't really care. They voted for him anyway because he was anti-establishment and he was anti-grey suit, polished Theresa May. I ran through a field of wheat, you know, goody two-shoes. He was anti all of that and people loved it. And now I look at the list of contenders and I'm like, who's going to replace that spark and that charisma?
It's why I always think, looking at this, and obviously we've still got more names to come out, but I sort of think you need somebody new, don't you? Someone who's not part of the old guard, someone who's going to sort of burst up from the bottom, as it were, and go, right, I'm going to reinvent this party now.
Yeah, and we need someone who has the courage to be disliked more. To follow through on big decisions, especially we've still got EU negotiations going on. We can't have someone whose heart is in the EU project, defending UK sovereignty. You know, it has to be a committed Brexiteer. You know, you've got people like Suella and Kemi who are newish. They're not as well heard of as Rishi, but they are committed Brexiteers and they're fun and they're anti-woke.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't know them.
Yes, this is the problem.
So are they exciting enough to be a Prime Minister, either of them?
Again, time will tell. We need to have far more interviews with them. the problem with people like Rishi is, I don't know if you saw his clip promoting himself, he was very wooden, reading off a script. We need to see someone who can talk off the cuff and engage naturally with a little bit of humour. We do need that. And I wonder whether Suella and Kemi have that. I haven't seen enough of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, because it's all about... there is an element here, and whether you like it or not, whether you think it's got a place in politics or not, there's got to be some charisma.
Yeah, there does. People... weren't engaged.
When Boris won, they kept bringing up the picture of him on the zip wire.
Yes,
he
with
got
the
stuck
hat.
on the zip wire.
Yeah.
And whilst he looked ridiculous, he looked fun.
Yes.
And he looked like somebody you could relate to and go down the pub with tonight.
Yes, and that's why he connected, I think, a lot with the Red Wall. And I think with someone like Rishi, he may connect more with the Lib Dems than with the Red Wall. And I think a lot of Tories who are lost to the Lib Dems may well come back with Rishi, but he may well not grasp the Red Wall because he doesn't have this one of the people. And you need someone who's one of the people, especially when you're fighting off this kind of identity politics business and all the high taxes that are going on don't connect with people.
Have you seen these reports about apparently some of the Tory party donors are asking if there's any way back from this? It's the press is suggesting they've got sort of buyer's remorse. They're thinking, oh my goodness.
Yes, because they had
this
no
has all gone
coherent
too
plan
far.
either.
Is there any way we can just get Boris Johnson to apologise for his mistakes and carry on?
Well, maybe this is what Boris is hoping, because his speech was quite downbeat, and it was a little sort of, I've been attacked and the herd moved me on. And I think that plays quite well with people who are like, God, what have we done? It all seemed like a good idea at the time. But so many MPs have different reasons why they didn't like Boris. There's not enough unity or coherence. There's not a star in the making that's going to replace Boris. So I wonder whether he may even reappear, as PM in the future, because people miss him.
We see his hero, Winston Churchill, did just that.
Yes, he did.
Wasn't he? He was rejected, and then he came back and served another term as Prime Minister.
And hopefully Boris will have learnt his lesson to follow through on his rhetoric, because he has self-inflicted a lot of the wounds himself, Boris, and maybe this is the learning curve he needed. Right, you're out, son, because if he doesn't take the electorate with him, the parliamentary party don't really like Boris. They'll always want to see the back of him.
Yeah, that's true. Belinda, thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you. If you had to put your money anywhere,
who would it be on?
Even someone who hasn't declared yet.
I would put my money on... I would say between Suella and Kemi, because we need someone new and fresh. I don't think we want any more of the polished, smart suit, slick David Miliband types. Because also we don't want anyone centrist as well. So I wonder whether a little newcomer will come in and just, be the star we're looking for.
Female and of colour.
Yes. Well, that's the Tory. They're good for the Conservative Party. Labour's worst nightmare in a way.
Well, yeah. Isn't that interesting? Belinda, thank you very much indeed. I've had a lot of talk, actually. We were saying yesterday, weren't we, Kemi Badenoch, she's not going to get it, nobody knows who she is. And then since then, yesterday, I had a lot of talk about her.
Oh, really?
And people saying, she could be the one.
Gosh.
Interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Or is there any way back for Boris? Give us a call. Do you think there is, possibly, or do you think he might be contemplating it? gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, Novak Djokovic faces Nick Kyrgios today in the Wimbledon men's final. And now Djokovic is gunning to secure his fourth consecutive Wimbledon title and 21st Grand Slam.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And the excitement is building outside Wimbledon right now. Ellie Costello is there for us. Hi there, Ellie. Where are you right now? Oh, yes, right, you're in the queue.
Yes, good morning to you both, and the excitement is building here in the queue in Wimbledon. You can actually see the queue is starting to go inside. All of these people have been here since 6 o'clock this morning. Give us a wave. There they are, give us a wave. You excited? Yeah, there you go. You can see the enthusiasm. Massive day today. Obviously, the men's singles finals, Djokovic and Kyrgios on centre court, and it's going to be a scorcher, 32 degrees in some parts today. So Kyrgios, when I'm talking to people here, that seems to be the favourite amongst the crowd. It'll be interesting to see who the crowd's backing at 2 p.m. But as you can see, all these people are going inside. Very, very organised individuals. We have found these three. These three have been wrestling with their tents for the past hour. If you just come together here. So, Archie, Johnny, James, you arrived here yesterday and we're still not going inside. What's happened here?
Well, all that matters is you've got single-digit cue cards.
Yeah.
And beyond that, Everything's okay, Al. Like, we'll get it. We'll get through.
Because
Murray Mound.
Take this from me,
Is that...
because this is fascinating. Look at
Tell
this.
me.
This is what everybody's given. A guide to queuing. It's extensive. Hold it up to the camera for me,
There you
James.
go.
There you go. So everyone gets given an extensive queuing card. But you guys have, I think it's fair to say, struggled with your camping experience. How would you think that's fair?
It took us a while to sort our tents out this morning, but we got the hang of it. James got it quite quickly, but I mean, you learn on the job as
And
you
I
do.
will say the stewards they're well versed in folding up pop-up tents, so they're helpful as well.
Not the first set of 3 Muppets to turn up to the camping, let me tell you that. A lot of help.
You are number 3, as you said, in the queue, but you have been informed you're not going to be able to get into centre court today, or court number 1.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that? Disappointed, or do you think it's all been worth it for the experience?
Well, let's be honest, what are you here for? You are here for the experience at the end of the day, not to stand in the queue all wait.
Well, I'd say you're here
So,
for the tennis, would you not?
Oh, no, mental. No, not at all. No. The tennis is always good, but at the end of the day, it's fun to spend time with your mates in the sun, and if we get to watch some tennis,
wonderful.
Hell of an afternoon.
Yeah, and you've still got your sleep mask on. Are you aware of that? Yeah.
No, thanks for pointing it out there.
OK, Djokovic and Kyrgios on centre court today. What are our thoughts? What are our predictions? Archie, we start with you.
I'd like to go with the Kyrgios win. I think he's a massive underdog and he likes to play the underdog title. So I'd say Kyrgios, maybe I'll go 3 sets to 2.
Okay.
Really close game today. Yeah.
Johnny?
Yeah, I'm going to Kyrgios through and through. I think he'll probably benefit from not playing the semi. Bit of a relaxation, he'll be fine.
Didn't beat Nadal, though. Does it still count? That's the question.
I'd say so. He played the cards you dealt. Kyrgios,
nice.
he couldn't have done that, so he's done what he could, and he's in the final.
All right, James, what are your thoughts then? Djokovic or Kyrgios? You going to go with your friends, or are you going to stand out there alone?
Much like us in the queue, you just got to push the envelope, no matter what you do. So I'm here for the good tennis, and I reckon Djokovic.
Okay.
He's been here before, unlike us. if I had to do the camping, we've got Kyrgios. He's us. Whereas Djokovic, seasoned. He's probably in there already.
You're not sure you're going to do this again, the camping experience, no?
Probably not for finals.
Not for finals day, no.
Maybe not waking up.
Maybe middle Saturday.
No. Waking up at 6:30, North Buckinghamshire, making my way down 9 a.m. Finding out there's no centre court and number 1 court tickets. But that's fine because we had an awesome day yesterday.
Yeah.
And looking forward to today actually.
We've got the book.
And
we get to meet lovely
and you can
people
keep
like
that,
yourself.
exactly. And it's been great to meet you as well. Well, I hope the 24-hour wait was worth it. Good luck with the rest of your campsite there and packing. You might want to join the back of this queue now. Look, everyone's getting in front of you. Nightmare. Anyway, we've met some great characters here in the queue, and it's going to be a fantastic day of tennis. Djokovic or Kyrgios, we're going to find out at 2 p.m.
Yeah, there's no way... Oh, go on, Anne.
No, I was going to say, Ellie, Stephen is really worried about how people in the queue go to the loo.
There are loos, and I've been here enough times to know there's some porter cabins over there, and there's some about half a mile over there. So it's a walk, but in this weather, we don't mind.
No, I was going to say there's no way those boys are going to be either sober or probably awake by the time of the match this afternoon. Not a chance.
Yeah,
Oh,
I did just say to our cameraman, I wonder why they're struggling so much this morning. And cameraman Jim said he's seen a lot of Stella Artois around these tents. So I think that might be something to do with the slightly slow waking up this morning.
Yeah, fair point. Ellie, thank you.
That's great.
Catch up with you later.
Yeah. Lovely atmosphere, though. Already you can sense the atmosphere, can't you? Everybody's going to have a really great time.
Isn't she the perfect person to send down there, though?
Oh, absolutely.
Ellie?
Yeah.
If anyone can charm a crowd, it's Ellie Costello.
Yeah, no, that is really brilliant. Breath of fresh air, but lovely to see the sunshine out and everybody looking forward to an exciting afternoon. Love it.
Tracy says, Stephen and Anne, your sense of humour and the way you bounce off each other and realistic opinions is what real people are thinking or saying.
That's nice.
Maybe we could have a dress-down Friday now and again for Stephen. It would be nice to see him in casual clothes, although he wears a suit very well. Well, I bumped into, we talked about stylists earlier on, I bumped into an Australian stylist on Wednesday who's styled down under the most important people. And she said, because I always thought when I came here, because a lot of people weren't wearing ties and things to begin with, and I thought, oh, maybe I can get away with not wearing a tie. And she said, I can't do the accent, but she said, men, no, you need to wear a tie. It's formal, it's nice, so you should always wear a tie. So I thought, oh.
Well, I think if you don't wear a tie, your collar has got to be dead right, hasn't it? So it's either got to be stiff and it's got to stand up on its own, or it needs to be like a Nehru collar.
It's a Nehru collar.
A Nehru collar,
Oh.
you know, like the Indian president.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But the Nehru collar is a bit like an old-fashioned collar before you button the other collar on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
left round like that. And they can look very nice, particularly in white linen or something like that. I'm sure you've got one somewhere in your wardrobe, haven't you?
No, I don't think I have. You can always get one, though.
But I also think a really crisp white T-shirt underneath a jacket looks really good.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There
So,
you
you know,
go.
if it gets any hotter, you'll
If
have
it gets
to.
any hotter, I might do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, show off the abs.
We don't know whether we want it that tight, do we?
No, only dreaming. Only dreaming. If only. Can you
we can all
imagine?
dream, can't
We can all
we?
dream. Look,
Stephen's abs.
If only. They're under there somewhere.
Are they? Yeah. I know it's feeling, yeah.
18 minutes past 8. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines. And Jeremy Hunt and Sajid Javid have promised to slash corporation tax in their bids for the Tory leadership, declaring their candidacies in the Telegraph. Mr Hunt and Mr Javid said they would not only scrap the former Chancellor's plans to raise corporation tax from 19 to 25%, but actually reduce it to 15%.
The RAF has deployed fighter jets to Finland and Sweden, countries which, as we know now, have applied to join NATO. And this is all for joint training exercises. They've said the deployment was part of an increased presence in the region and were requested by those host nations.
Temperatures in the UK are going to hit very close to 30 today. London and the southeast of England should see highs of 29 and clear skies this afternoon, making the country hotter than parts of the Maldives. Not quite so bright in the north.
Now, Sri Lanka's president is going to resign on Wednesday after thousands of protesters stormed his official residence and presidential secretariat on Saturday. Protesters also set fire to the Prime Minister's Colombo home.
Now, this comes after months of peaceful protests turned to violence over Sri Lanka's worsening economic crisis. Foreign currency reserves have run dry, and the government has banned sales now of petrol and diesel for private vehicles.
Well, we're joined now by Charu Hogg, who's an Associate Fellow for the Asian Pacific Programme at Chatham House. Very good morning. Thanks very much for joining us. I mean, what is going on in Sri Lanka, and can a resignation on Wednesday achieve anything? I mean, will there be suddenly peace, or what's going to happen politically?
Well, if you look back at the events from February this year, the escalation of protests, the widespread demonstrations, the rallying call has been the resignation of the president. So that's the moot issue, and that is happening on Wednesday. So in answer to your question, what will happen next? I think certainly there will be an appeasement of this widespread, wide-scale demonstration of people whose key request has been to get rid of the president. The main slogan through these protests has been "Go home, Gota," which is to get rid of Gotabaya Rajapaksa as the president. What has been happening? I think the simplest way to look at it is an expression of true democracy, of a rallying of popular demand, of people peacefully protesting against an authoritarian, repressive and corrupt regime. So that is what has been happening in Sri Lanka.
Now, it's interesting, as you say, an appeasement perhaps, but it isn't going to do anything to solve the underlying issues, at least not immediately, which are these cost of living and supply issues.
Absolutely, but it is a starting point. It is a starting point to pave the way for a new democratic structure to come into place, a multi-party coalition which comes together. And these plans are already afoot. You know, even before Gotabaya resigned, even before this escalated into the storming of his office, the burning of, or the arson attack against the Prime Minister's office, the so-called end game of 9th July, even before this, political parties had begun to come together. A template, a blueprint of a new political order is in place. Certainly, this is not a magic bullet. You know, we're talking about decades of mismanagement, corruption, bad governance, poor fiscal policies, overborrowing, a heated economy, you know, an over-reliance on tourism, which sort of has suffered a serious setback during the pandemic. There's a multiplicity of factors which have led to this situation, and this is not a golden bullet, but this is the starting point. Without this, we would be in a complete state of impasse. So I suppose what the neighbours and what those who wish Sri Lanka well at this point have to do, they have to support this process. And potentially there are signs of that.
A terrible situation indeed. Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning to explain more. Thank you.
OK, lots more heading your way in just a couple of minutes, so don't move a muscle.
Looking ahead to today's weather and the UK, here dry with plenty of sunshine and little cloud cover, feeling very warm. Here are the details.
Well, after a warm night for southwest England, it's going to be dry, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud cover, very warm, light winds, about 26 Celsius.
Across southeast England, after an early mist patches clear, it will be dry and fine with lengthy periods of sunshine, and it will feel hot.
As a warm start across Wales, mostly clear skies. There will be some cloud on the northern coast. It is going to be dry though and still feel very warm.
After any early cloud in the west clears, it will be a fine morning with plenty of sunshine across the Midlands, feeling very warm with light winds and highs of around 27.
Now, some cloud over high ground in the northeast of England. Initially, though, this will clear to leave a dry, fine and sunny day. Temperatures rising higher than yesterday to about 24 Celsius.
A widely dry day for Scotland, though there may be some light rain across Shetland and Orkney initially. There will be patchy cloud, but feeling warm, plenty of sunshine too.
It is going to be cloudy for many at first across Northern Ireland, though it will break up, allowing for some decent sunny periods, remaining dry for all and feeling very warm.
Dry across the UK this afternoon, plenty of sunshine into the evening ahead of a warm night. And there is your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
8:27. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Got to say a very big hello to Pat. Pat? Hello, Pat. It's you we're talking to, Pat. Pat, the emailer. because Pat emails in. She's a bit sad because she emails in from time to time because I hope to have my thoughts and opinions acknowledged.
Oh.
But obviously, there are so many people emailing in that my words don't have that magic ingredient that singles it out.
Oh,
but they will. It's just as we have so many. Robin, who does our emails, has put there's 500 emails in so far this morning. He does read or tries to read every one of them.
Yeah,
so we can't get through them all, but we do try. So, Pat, thank you for emailing in. You've clearly got the magic ingredient this morning.
Edwin.
So very good morning to you.
Well, Pat will like this too, because Edwin says, I'm enjoying the show this morning. I'm watching from St John's Wood, right beside Regent's Park in London. We never see where you are, only the desk you're sat at. Can the viewers see the studio?
Oh.
Where is the GB News studio? I thought you were in Paddington. We are.
Well, we are.
But we're sort of, down in the bowels of a great big building.
Yes. Oh, it's nice. Oh, I like it. Do you want to look?
Yeah.
Oh, have a look. Because let's see what we're on.
But hang on, you're leaving your talk.
Oh, I'm leaving me talk back. I better have this with me. So, I don't know what you're following me on. Oh, here you go. There you go, you're on that one. So this is, because you'll see all the different shots that we have for different shows, and we've got this sofa. We are having a bit of a revamp soon, and there's lots of secret things, like lots of foam stuck down the back because it's a very uncomfortable sofa. And then over here is where they do the bulletins and things, which is very nice. Sort of sat over there, and that bit, I'll wander over and sit on this chair, you can pick me up on this, and then it's all very nice. If you're on the radio this morning listening, I should just point out, you may want to download the app and have a look at all of this, because then you get to see what this is all about, which is quite nice, it's quite interesting, really. And I think it's quite a nice set, actually. I've worked in, as Anne has, of course, many sets over the years. And then over here we've got where we used to do the Great British Breakfast from, and it's where they do headliners and things from. And it's this big sort of white desk. You'll find me in a minute. There you go. And we've got a great big video screen thing. We're
getting to you. We're moving the camera around.
I thought I was going to be on another camera, but of course they're all pointed round.
We're coming to you, I think.
I can see those cameras twiddling. No, there you go. I'll walk over here a bit. And you can see, there you go. So it's all over here. I don't know what camera... Oh, there you go.
That's it.
There you go. So it's a nice little set, really.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. I can't walk around at the moment because I haven't got any shoes on.
No. But it's nice. I say, if you're listening on the radio, it all sounds exactly the same. But do go and download the app or have a look on YouTube, GB News on YouTube, and subscribe and all that sort of thing, and then just have a look back, rewind it.
Yeah, because we were saying earlier that they are going to give us a rather comfortable set one day, and that we might have to actually think of our footwear from there on, because at the moment we bank on the fact that, you see, we're just I'm wearing my PJs.
Yeah, I've got a pair of trainers on.
Yeah.
Which is very comfortable.
But it is, it's a lovely studio, actually, but there you have it. But it is down in, like as I say, it's basement of a great big, one of those enormous tower blocks in Paddington. So.
But TV is never what you say. I remember the donkeys years ago, I worked at ITN, and the studios there were in the basement, or most of them were. And then where they did Channel 4 News, Jon Snow did Channel 4 News, and it was like an orangey set, was on one side. And then they used to turn the cameras round, and it was ITV's News at 10 on the other side.
Yeah, weird, isn't it? And studios are very often in the basement of big buildings because they don't want windows because the light has to be balanced. And it's very difficult if you have a real window with real light coming through. It's very, very difficult for the lighting engineers to sort of figure out how to balance the lighting for a studio set.
I'll tell you what's interesting, though, because we do have this problem, where the people who make all this happen, the directors and the planners and all that sort of thing, they don't like you to break what they call the fourth wall, which is... You.
Glass that
yes.
between us.
It's that whole sort of thing where it needs to look all sort of proper and sound proper. And sometimes I think it's quite nice when you just go, actually, it's a studio and you know there are cameras, so let's just show you how it all works.
Yeah, so when
floor
managers sometimes, if they need to get something to you, they'll bend underneath the camera and they'll come underneath the table and you think, why don't you just stand up and say hi?
Yeah, I know, it's quite nice, isn't it? Times have changed. We all know how TV works and radio works.
I think so, yeah. Actually, funnily enough, during the pandemic, we all became very good at doing Zoom calls and managing laptops and even putting our laptops up on a few books so that, we had a better aspect and everything. We've all become an awful lot better at it, I suppose.
I tell you what would be nice, talking of the radio side, if you're listening on GB News Radio this morning, I think, and I don't know whether there are any plans for this, is me just throwing it out there, but at some points during the day, doing actually specific live radio shows. So while the TV's doing something else, and actually do like a... And
You're
do like
building
a
an
call,
empire now.
do a call-in or something.
Yeah.
That would be a proper phone-in. Wouldn't that be nice?
You're building an empire.
I fancy a bit of that, though.
You do,
Actually,
yeah.
I used to work in radio a long time ago, and I love it as the fact you can just have it on in the car and all that sort of thing, or wander around the house doing the housework with it on. I love all of that.
Absolutely. I do the same. I potter around the garden and listening to GB News and keeping up with the conversation. It's nice.
Yeah.
While you're doing the gardening. Love it.
There you go. I think we've hit all the key points that we were meant to say.
Yeah.
Hitting all those.
I suppose we ought to get on with talking about the news of the day.
We better have, because we've got a producer who's busy saying in our ears. Talk to Will Hollis next. Now talk to Will Hollis, who's a very nice young man who's standing by.
He's been waiting for ages for us to shut up.
Yeah, he's going to be talking about politics, of course. Sorry, Will. There he is. He's in Sutton-on-Sea on the Lincolnshire coastline. Looks beautiful.
Looks wonderful.
Will.
Yeah, the beautiful Lincolnshire coastline. If you go that way, you'll find yourself in Skegness. That way, you'll find yourself in Mablethorpe. But of course, we're in Sutton-on-Sea right now. Everywhere you go in the country, people will be having conversations around that big news. It's going to be the main news for the next couple of months. It's, of course, who might be the next leader of the Tory party, who might be our next Prime Minister. Now, of course, you're going to have those conversations around any dinner table, but maybe Conservative members of their local party, paying members, or councillors who are elected to represent their area as Conservatives might have more passionate views. Now, I've gathered a few of them here today. I've got Councillor Noyseer from the County Council, Lincolnshire County Council, David Ives, and Councillor Helen Matthews, who's from East Lindsey District Council. Councillor Noy, you've been telling me a little bit about what you think at the moment. How do you feel about how Boris Johnson was exited office?
Well, I think he do a good job in a sense, but I think sometimes you got to give people a chance. And he's naughty. But I like him, so I hopefully who going to be our new leader got to have that wisdom like Boris, because he managed to get to the people, rural area, who never were concerned with it before, managed to work concerned with it. That important to, and like I take from the Labour seat, so something like that. Need someone to get to the people. Not in the office. You have to come out to see Lincolnshire. These are some really poor people out here. You need to look after the people and community.
Just as you were saying, Mablethorpe, your ward, that red wall area you might call it, you say that Boris Johnson's been a little bit naughty. Do you think people that voted for Conservatives for the first time care that he's been a little bit naughty, or are they happy with what he's been doing?
I don't think so, because that's how because I am the naughty girl. I have people vote for me because people see who you are, what you get, that's what you get then. You need someone not you in a fancy suit or anything. You need someone who can get to ordinary people and genuine care for people and community. That's how I see Boris. Except he naughty. Only one thing wrong with Boris is he should hand up. Like if you caught naughty with your parent, you say, sorry, mom, sorry, teacher.
Councillor Noy, I'm really sorry, guys, just because I think we're having a few... We're going to have to cut it there. We are going to talk to you and get something that we can talk about a little bit shortly, but I'm so sorry, Stephen. I think it's just because it's so beautiful and bright here today that the signal's running a little bit tighter.
We've got no signal.
Yeah, thanks very much, Will. I must say, at the beginning, when we first saw you, and I said how lovely it looked, I thought that seagull notice behind you was the actual sea behind you in the sky, but I can see now that it clearly is not.
And a very big seagull.
Yeah, it would make a very big seagull. Yeah. Anyway, thanks very much, Will.
Thanks, Will.
It's lovely to see a nice bit of blue sky, I must say.
It's the it's signals out and about. You know what it's like. But I tell you what, it's the marvels of technology that we can just... It's all just done on mobile signals now. It used to be massive satellite trucks everywhere, and all that sort of changed now. But it does mean every now and then you get a bit of break signal. You know what it's like if you're WhatsApping or
Blame the weather. Blame the weather.
Yes. Anyway, look, we've got plenty more to come. We'll take you through the papers with Amy Nickel and Mariana Hotter in a couple of minutes, see how lively that gets. I'm going to run through loads of your views as well, so don't go anywhere.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio at 8:39 this Sunday morning.
We have been talking about the hottest the hottest temperatures you've ever experienced, also the coldest. But I tell you what about this one? Richard, morning Richard, says, I worked in a paper mill for 35 years. My hottest days were inside the top of the dryer hood, which sometimes reached 75 degrees. We couldn't work in there for more than 10 minutes at a time.
You'd cook.
You would cook?
Oh, that's awful. Meanwhile, you remember the pay-per-view last hour where Mariana Hotter, who is back along with Amy Nicole, by the way, was saying, going through, we need to offer people, look after the elderly and all that sort of thing, keep them hydrated.
And you mocked me.
I did mock you. David in Heathfield has been in touch, said, I'm 70 and I'm going to spend the day walking up and down my high street so I can be offered free drinks. What do you say to David?
David, you're an idiot.
Oh, you can't say that.
I don't mean you, do I? Maybe you should go and offer other people drinks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Never underestimate the importance of staying hydrated, David.
Yeah.
That's what I could have said. You're right. That's probably nicer than you're an idiot.
Yes. Dave, I hope if you want
Dave.
your free drinks, David, I hope you hang about outside the pubs. That's what I'm saying. You can
one
still
day
hydrate on lager.
Yeah. Oh, I think so.
I mean,
as for pottering in the garden,
he's
in this
not a
lovely
professional
weather,
doctor.
No, pottering in the garden, if you're doing so this afternoon, Julie says, I am single-handedly doing my bit in the garden, cultivating snails. They lurk in the weeds. They go for B&B in my watering can. Why? They just love making pretty patterns on the decking and trellis. Before I trim anything or uproot anything, I knock first to see if anyone's in. I love that. Oh. And Sharon in Medway says, I've got a tame blackbird in my garden who my granddaughter has named Beaky, and he taps on my window for feeding.
Oh,
see, this is what you're
that's
doing.
Yeah, water out for the birds as well.
Water out for the birds, yeah, that's true.
Oh, so that's OK. So
Yeah.
we're allowed to look after the birds, just not elderly people.
You don't have to ask
I just
the
want to
birds,
be
just
clear
leave
of
it
your
out there. I
priorities.
mean, you can leave buckets of water outside on the street for passers-by if you want.
The elderly
I mean, I
or
don't
the
think you
bird.
need it. I've got squirrels in my garden at the minute. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Julie from Anglesey, our holiday in Egypt, 50 degrees. All excursions were early morning, as by midday you couldn't go out. And Chappie worked in the Russian Arctic between 94 and 98. Highest temperature was 45 degrees. Lowest was minus 55.
Oof.
That's a bit of a
I know.
thing, isn't it?
But it's very challenging, isn't it?
Challenging.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the way.
Tell you what, though, if you do ever get to Egypt, as we were saying earlier, you have to choose your moment in time, I gather. But if you do, and you are either on one of those cruise boats going up and down the Nile or just at a hotel, the lovely thing is you do go out very early in the morning because obviously it gets so hot at midday, and you see your pyramids or whatever, and then when you come back, they greet you always with a glass of water or something stronger, and a freezing cold towel.
Oh.
And it's just, you look forward to getting back out of the
towel.
heat. For the cold towel, which you can put around your neck, and then a glass of something like... Oh,
and predictably...
That's why I like going on holiday.
When you go back on holiday, it doesn't matter how hot it is because you return to air conditioning.
Yeah.
The problem here is we don't have that.
No, that's true.
No, that is true. As you can see, Amy Nicole, Marianne Hotter are here, so let's go through some of the papers in a bit more detail. Marianne, with a, dare I say, Marianne, a slight look of glee on your face, is looking at the Sunday Times and the minute-by-minute account of the PM's downfall. Is that unfair of me?
Sort of.
OK.
Because I think Boris Johnson is absolutely disgusting. So, honestly, if it were not me reviewing the papers for you guys, I would have flipped past this, because this isn't fun for me, because I think he's awful. I know lots of your viewers love him. Well, but the thing that I really like about this, and the reason that I chose it, because obviously there's loads of stories about... so it says neutered. This is a kind of blow-by-blow, minute-by-minute account of what Boris Johnson was doing in the last 24 hours of his time as PM before he resigned. And it's got this sort of brilliant header that someone's obviously had a lot of fun with Photoshop, attaching Boris's face to a bunch of cats, because the idea being that one of his sort of political allies, one of his close aides who's worked with him for many years, said, oh, forget the cat with 9 lives. Boris seems to have 99. And so this political commentator guy called Tim Shipman, who writes very well and kind of isn't partisan, he sort of describes Boris as the most consequential prime minister of his adult life, and that since 2016 we've been living in a world shaped more by his actions and urges than anything else. Bear in mind, this is the Sunday Times, so generally quite favourable towards the Conservative Party. It's just a brilliant, brilliant sort of overview of some of the most remarkable things that were kind of happening, how everyone was sort of moving, and that Boris Johnson, despite his 99 cats' lives, eventually was brought down, quote, the third Prime Minister to be brought down by Boris Johnson was Boris Johnson, because he kind of just, you know, if you're going to do that many terrible things...
His own demise.
Yeah. And the idea now that the next thing that everybody's worried about is that apparently there are 24 unexploded bombs, so scandals, that the new leader will inherit that are kind of ready to blow up in the public. And the royals are worried about the list of honours. So traditionally, the Prime Minister kind of brings a list of names that he wants people to get. Peerages. No, peerages. So this isn't the money
Resignation honours.
So no.
Yeah, but that is peerages as well, isn't it? Resignation honours.
You mean elevations to the House of Lords?
Yeah, so people getting to the House of Lords or getting...
But every outgoing Prime Minister does that.
Yes. So David Cameron handed out 8. Theresa May handed out 30... she created 13 peers. The thinking at the moment is that Johnson might want more than 20, and some of them might be a little bit questionable.
Dominic Cummings won't be in there.
His dad... He wants his dad to get one. He wants Allegra Stratton, who was the spokesperson, you know, who's
took the bullet. I think she deserves one. She was treated absolutely terribly.
She was. Yeah, I think I agree with you.
It still has to go through the appointments committee. To
it does, and also apparently someone who helped appoint Chris Pincher. Which would be a very dubious thing. So it's kind of, you know, like handing out the thank yous and the airs and graces.
Oh, I don't know. I think people are throwing a lot of dirt at the Prime Minister at the minute. I don't know whether...
Anyway,
I tell you, let's move on.
So have a read and see what you think.
To something a bit more sensible, in the sense that Peter Andre is saying his kids will never do Love Island, which, thank heavens.
So I picked this story this sensible story, because I think there's a little... So it's in the Mirror, and it's Peter Andre warning his children off Love Island, saying, I don't want them to do the crazy stuff I did. However, this made me think of the wider question of, would you want your children to go on Love Island? And because it goes right next to an interview with one of the parents of the current Love Island cast. And there's a recent study from the University of York which has directly correlated appearing on Love Island with a really negative impact on your body image, and you leave generally with increased levels of anxiety, depression and low self-esteem. And similar correlations have been suggested for the massive viewing figures. Basically, the show is not good for the people in it, and it's not good for the people watching it.
In fact, it's one of the contestants, I don't know whether she's still in it now, is the daughter of Michael Owen, the footballer. Michael? Yeah. And he has said how very, very worried he is that she's doing it at all.
I think when people go on a show where the focus and aim is to be rich and famous, both those values are ultimately very empty and shallow, and there's only going to be limited happiness that comes from it. But we're peddled this kind of recipe that this is the secret to success. Going on this show will make all your dreams come true. So I think when you leave and it doesn't, it can have really devastating consequences, as we've seen, because two of the cast literally took their own lives.
Have you ever watched it?
Yeah, I'm not watching this series, but I have,
But you have
in the
watched
past
it
watched
regularly. I mean, you've made it something you wanted to watch. You've watched enough of it, haven't you?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think that, you know, I'm someone that's really struggled with body image over the years, and I think it teaches young people that they have to fit a certain...
And yet you're watching it.
No, I'm not.
Well, not now, but you have been.
Well, I think...
you, Miriam?
I watched one episode to find out what everyone
Yeah,
was going
this
on
is more
about.
the reason I've watched it, just to kind of study it. I've said, this is what our last conversation was about on Sky, that it's an anthropological study. So I kind of like to watch it from that to see, you know...
I've never seen it, but my kids love it, and they're
Do they?
intelligent kids, yeah.
See, I've never seen it.
I said, what on earth do you watch that for? It's fun.
I hate reality TV.
Well, I think-
all that sort of stuff. I hate it.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because you can watch it on sort of two levels at the same time. So your kids aren't stupid. They know that it's fun. They know that it's manufactured. They know that all the youngsters who are on it know it's manufactured and they're sort of performing. But partly that's the challenge, because the grey area between who you are really and who you are as a performer, as a sort of character of yourself, becomes a little bit murky, and that's where your self-esteem lies. And Love Island is all about a popularity contest, pretty much based on whether someone thinks you're attractive, for very, you know, superficial reasons, and how your body looks. Yeah. And fundamentally...
And whether you're sexy, frankly. It's about that.
Well, yeah, but it's sexy, not in sexy because you've got a kind of a genuine connection in terms of personality or how you think about the world, or it's all kind of, are you in love with her? Let's have a deeper, meaningful conversation. Now I'm going to go and backstab you over there. And it's all kind of like high drama.
Yeah.
But it's stressful and destabilising.
It's like a spoof of a soap opera, isn't it?
Yeah, we're being
And yet it's
invited
with real
to
people.
laugh at it, but also it penetrates your psyche.
And there's a 19-year-old appearing on this year's series, which I just...
Children.
Exactly, and for that...
I think Michael Owen's daughter is 19, isn't she?
Is that the one who...
Well, I think if you're 19, maybe you wouldn't do it. If you're 39, you'd be like,
oh, absolutely.
39, it'd be all right. We're out of time.
You wouldn't be so sexy.
no.
Marianne, Amy, good to see you both this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It is 8:51, just to rattle through a couple of headlines. The RAF has deployed fighter jets to Finland and Sweden, countries which have applied to join NATO. It's joint training exercises. The deployment part of an increased presence in the region that were requested by the host nations.
Temperatures in the UK are going to reach close to 30 degrees centigrade amid a heat wave blasting the nation. London and the southeast of England are expected to see highs of 29 and clear skies during the afternoon, making the country hotter than parts of the Maldives. The heat wave is set to continue into next week, with temperatures set to soar above 32 on Tuesday, potentially making it the warmest day of the year so far.
All eyes on centre court today for the men's single final at Wimbledon. Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are going to be in the royal box to watch Kyrgios and Djokovic battle it out. Catherine, who is patron of the All England Club, will present the trophies.
You like to call her Catherine?
Catherine, I do. Yes, I do.
Not Kate.
Not Kate. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's funny how the papers still call her Kate Middleton.
They do. Oh, weird, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
She's the future.
She's been married for quite a long time now.
Princess of Wales before.
Well, yeah.
Too long. Anyway, Stephanie Tetch is here with all the
Hello.
showbiz. Morning.
Good morning.
Morning. What is prosopagnosia?
Okay, it's an inability to recognise people's faces.
Oh.
It's a very peculiar condition, but it exists. And Brad Pitt has opened up and says he feels like he suffers from it. So I interviewed Brad in 2014. He won't remember me now, not because I'm unforgettable or anything, but he's opened up and he said when he meets new people at a party or a social setting, he forgets their faces, and he says that he's been quite embarrassed to open up about this. He hasn't been officially diagnosed, but he says he suffers from facial blindness.
I was going to say, where does that... I mean, he must meet so many people
Definitely.
who immediately recognise him, and I can understand why he wouldn't recognise... I mean, when does that... meeting too many people to be able to remember their faces become a condition?
Well, that's what I feel like. There's a thin line between this because there's actually people who suffer from it. I've never met anyone from it.
I've never heard of
This is the first time I've actually heard of this condition, but it was in an interview with GQ and he opened up about it and he knew what it was, and he's like, people don't believe him when he says it, but he says the reason why he's opening up about it because it makes him appear aloof or remote. But you can imagine as a celebrity, you've got fans, you've got people who all want to talk to you. So for me personally, it'll be like everyone's face just becomes one after a while.
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Oh, never yours.
Oh.
He may be worrying too much about it, just the fact that he just feels that he's wrong-footed.
And maybe because he's been in the industry for so long now, he's probably seen it's becoming a bit more worse. And it comes of age as well. Like, even for me, I think it happens to most people. When you meet a lot of people, when someone comes up to you, be like, oh, do you remember me? And no, I don't. Or you're having a conversation with someone.
But people shouldn't be that rude to imagine that. I think people, when they meet you and they think they have met you before, should say who they are.
Yeah.
Do you remember me? I'm so-and-so and we met at the blah, blah. And then you're able to say, yes.
Have you ever continued a conversation, though, with someone you don't remember? Because I have that as well, where someone will talk to me and I'm like, I really don't remember you. But I feel like it'll be rude for me to say
so.
I don't remember you.
Yeah.
I did that on Wednesday, actually, with somebody. I have no idea.
I think what you have to say is, remind me where we met.
Yeah.
So I can't quite remember and see if that helps.
Yeah. But how do you say, what's your name again? Because they know your name, they know everything.
And to introduce them to somebody else.
Yeah.
So have you met my friend Stephanie?
Yeah.
That's what I do. That's what I do. What about the McGuinnesses?
OK, so this has been all over the front pages today. I feel a bit weird about this story because I feel like it's airing your dirty laundry in public. And I was quite surprised that Christine McGuinness has opened up about this. So there was pictures of her and Paddy having an argument. They've been together for 15 years. So you can imagine, like most married couples, they're going through a bad patch. And most couples in the limelight will know to kind of keep this to themselves. But she's done an interview with Fabulous magazine and she says, we're not in a good place right now. She says, we're not in a good place right now. We're going through a really tough time. But to make things worse, she says, it's not my fault. Where we're at right now, it's not my fault. But their family has been in the limelight for many reasons. They've got twins who suffer from autism. So she's been quite open about the difficulties about that. But she's been with Paddy from when she was about 17, and she's like, I'm 34 now, and there's certain things I will not take, and there's certain things he won't take. And I'm like...
What does that mean?
I know, and even though I love a gossip, I'm like...
Yeah,
this is
the breakdown of a marriage is always
is
painful, no matter what, isn't it? No matter who they are.
It is, and he's kept a dignified silence on this. I'm not saying Christine's not being dignified about this, but I think once you bring the media and the newspapers into your marriage, they're not going to stop here. She's hinted that it's not her fault. So what?
The papers may have clobbered their way into the marriage and just confronted her and said, we're going to print this anyway or something.
Definitely.
They do that, so that's just horrid.
I've got to ask, with Strictly,
yes,
right, who on earth is Donkey Adams?
It's not Donkey Adams. I was talking to Aidan about this outside. It's the former footballer Tony Adams, who used to play for Arsenal, and also he was the captain for England as well. So Strictly, we haven't got a set date when it's returning, but we've got a bit of a hearsay about rumoured celebrities who will be on the show. And one of the first two names that have come out is Kim Marsh, who was formerly on Coronation Street, played Michelle O'Connor O'Connor. And then also we've got Tony Adams, the sports star. So apparently, well, he's good on the pitch. Well, he was good on the pitch. So hopefully he might be good on the dance floor.
Not always true.
I know.
But some sports stars who you'd expect to be supple and know all about body
really
movement and
good.
everything, sometimes they're really
stiff,
not.
Really stiff. And I think that's why they get them on.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh,
she's
yeah, they
got
must
comedy.
audition them in some
Yeah.
ways, don't they?
Yeah.
He'll be good for comedy value.
Yeah.
Theresa May on. She's been doing the dancing.
She would be brilliant
she'd be
on
brilliant.
Strictly. I would love
Oh,
Theresa
they
would
would
have my vote.
I'd vote
They
for her.
would love her, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
She
I'd
would
vote.
be great.
We are
have a lot
out.
to learn.
We're out of time, Stephanie.
gonna
But I don't mind because we're going to do like a massive segment from 9:30 onwards.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so we get plenty out of you.
We're going to get in the Wimbledon mood.
Oh, strawberries
with strawberries
and
and
cream, I
cream.
hear. I'm looking forward to it, guys.
I think she demands when she comes in. Lovely, don't go anywhere. We've got all your top stories coming up in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt officially joined the leadership race for the Conservative Party.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock. It's Sunday, the 10th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Dan.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here's what you're waking up to this morning.
Nadeem Zahawi, Grant Shapps, Jeremy Hunt, Sajid Javid, latest Tory MPs to announce their bid for the top job of Conservative Party leader. So there's 8 in the race so far. Comes after the Defence Secretary ruled himself out.
The Sri Lankan president has announced that he's going to step down on Wednesday. This comes after thousands of protesters descended on his official residence and set the Prime Minister's house on fire.
It's men's final day on centre court. Nick Kyrgios and Novak Djokovic facing off today. We're going to be live in Wimbledon as the tennis fans descend.
And naughty jokes and a love for garden gnomes as the Duchess of Cornwall, Camilla, prepares to release an interesting documentary. We'll discuss how she's become one of the country's favourites, or at least she's turning her image around.
She is turning things around, I think. You can tell there's a lot of sort of preparation work going on, but it has to be done.
Yeah, slowly but surely.
What do you think? We'd love to hear from you this morning about that, about politics if you want, but also about the jolly stuff as well. Who you are, what you're doing, where you're going, what you're planning for today, if you're going to be watching the tennis or not. GB Views at gbnews.uk. And I love it when you just... the general chit-chatty emails. Gabby's been in touch this morning. I'm just watching, she says, as I get ready for a day out in Oxford.
Oh, lovely.
Ooh, very nice, like Oxford. I feel so grateful to have us two. That's very nice of you. Speaking sense and representing my views. I'm under 40, work in education, have multiple degrees, and I often feel that sensible views are just not given the airtime they need. Thank you for being calm and reasonable.
Oh,
well,
thank
that's what we're trying to do. And also, I've got to show you this as well. If you're listening on the radio, this is my friend Luke, who I met a few years ago. We'll bring his picture up. It's on...
Ah, yes, you've told us about Luke before. Yeah.
Have we got the picture? There he is. That's
Hi,
my friend
good
Luke.
morning.
And he's an avid GB News fan.
Well, he's got a GB News mug.
I sent him that mug.
Excellent.
The other day, I bought it from the online store. It's not, I didn't nick it out the cupboard here.
Oh, you didn't?
I should have done.
Yeah.
But no, so that's him with his GB News mug. So morning to you, Luke. Sending lots of love, as always, and I shall talk to you soon. We chat on Zoom quite a lot. And
yeah, that's brilliant.
He brings me up to date with the politics.
Oh, really?
He's across every little thing.
Oh,
unbelievable.
How's he finding it at the moment? There's plenty to talk about. We're talking about how hot your holiday has ever been. You know, we're talking about dealing with temperatures at the moment of, if we're lucky, 30. But clearly, everybody has been in much worse places, or hotter places than that. Beverly in Macclesfield says, the hottest place I've ever experienced was when I spent a day in Chichen Itza in Mexico to see the pyramids. It was in the high 30s. My husband nearly disappeared in a sweat pool.
Oh, there's an image. Mind you, here's another image for you. John said, whilst being held in the Thai immigration prison in Bangkok, the room was 48 degrees.
I bet.
What were you doing in the immigration?
I don't know, but I bet they don't give you any air conditioning in there, do they?
No, that sounds a bit grim. And someone said, we've got a garden picture. There you go. Oh, it's a video.
Oh, how lovely.
Oh, there's deer in the garden. This has been sent in from Joy Skinner. Morning, Joy.
Hello.
And it's a beautiful garden with a...
It's beautiful anyway,
deer.
but what's that deer doing there? How did it get
how
on?
lovely. That's lovely, mind you. I bet you have to watch your bedding
Trees
plants.
and stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's really lovely.
That's the first time we've had a video, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know
Sent
where...
in?
Yeah.
Very
I don't know where you are, Joy, in that, but love to know.
But that's
It looks
lovely, and I
beautiful.
love your garden. Yeah, it looks really
Absolutely gorgeous. Joy Skinner clearly has green fingers.
Yes. Well, apart from anything else, whether you're getting out and pottering in the garden, whether you're going to watch the Wimbledon this afternoon, we have to know who our next Prime Minister is going to be, don't we? Well, Chancellor Zahawi, mind you, I haven't even got used to saying that, actually.
No.
Chancellor Zahawi and Transport Secretary Grant Shapps have become the latest Conservatives to announce leadership campaigns.
It is an ever-competitive field, so what's it going to take to win the support of MPs to get down to the final two, and then the wider Conservative Party? Let's talk to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey. It's very hard to see at the minute, Darren, because we know they've got until Tuesday to declare, so we could see this number double by...
We're going to see a lot more names, I would suspect. I mean, big names like Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, almost certainly going to declare tomorrow, on top of the 8 who already have done so. Penny Mordaunt, maybe, as well, much talked about. And as you say, there could be a couple more, but they are going to get whittled down pretty quickly because that voting is almost certainly going to begin on Wednesday. And I would suspect we're going to have a vote either every day or potentially a couple of votes every day to try and whittle that number down to 2 by the following week so that Conservative members get to decide. It is fascinating where there is now a big divide and a real competition between some of the candidates who declared about taxation. About this idea.
Tax is going to be it.
It is going to be it about whether it is now the right time to start cutting taxes. Now, clearly the government to date, it must be said, with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister, but also as Rishi Sunak as Chancellor, were making the case this is not the time to cut taxes with inflation so high, i.e. we can't really afford it with our interest rate payments, and also it might fuel that inflation. But clearly a lot of candidates, Tom Tugendhat's been on this morning, and others, and I think he's doing, and talking to Alistair Stewart a little later on, he's saying he wants to see tax cuts pretty soon. So that's going to be a really totemic issue.
Has Rishi shot himself in the foot with that, then, by declaring out and out that they're not going to come down anytime soon?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to tell. I mean, his case, the point he would make is that we need some fiscal discipline at the moment, and there are a lot of Conservatives who understand that as well, as in, you know, our debt is high, it is rising, our interest rates... So the interest that we pay on our debt is something like £30 billion a year. I mean, extraordinary numbers, and that's not sustainable.
But has he lost the argument in saying, well, I was the Chancellor, therefore I understand these things better than anybody else? Because Sajid Javid was Chancellor, and he's come out and said, I want to reduce corporation tax down to 15%.
Yeah, and of course it is Rishi Sunak who raised it. Yes, of course. I mean, this is the thing. When you've been in governments...
Well, that's it. How much is that going to rear up and bite in the bum?
Of course it will.
People who have already been in government and may have... some Tories will say have caused the problem that ousted Boris.
No, definitely, and we know that they will be held to the records. The problem, of course, is then you can flip that argument around for some of the candidates who've never been in government. You know, these people are not just going to become Conservative Party leader, they're not just going to become leader of the opposition, they are immediately going to become Prime Minister. If you've never served in a government department, that is quite a leg up. The other thing I'd have to say to look out for is, again, we don't really know lots of these people. I mean, people at Westminster don't know them. As in, now, journalists, others, competitors, opponents will start looking into their pasts. They will start to really question about what they stand for. And also, they will brutally be exposed to, you know, really difficult questions, to lots of media glare. Some of them will stumble, some of them will fall. And that's, I mean, it's a brutal contact sport politics. We're going to see that very much play out over the next 10 days or so.
Is there an appetite, though? Because certainly when you look at what our viewers and listeners are saying to us, the majority, not all, the majority are furious at the way Boris has been handled in all of this. They think that's been done very, very badly. But as a result, that does mean a lot of people who were in Cabinet and a lot of people who've resigned from Cabinet, they just say they're snakes in the grass.
Yeah,
and so is it time for some new blood?
No, indeed, and I think there will be a certain section of the party and a certain section of Conservative members who will not vote, for example, for Sajid Javid or for Rishi Sunak, maybe even not for Nadhim Zahawi, considering in the end he called for the Prime Minister to go. They will probably not vote for them because they see them as treacherous and they see that they've brought down a Prime Minister who, you know, he would claim had her mandate for 40 million people and was personally very, very popular. So, yes, you've got all these factors to play, and that is why fundamentally, even though when you look at the numbers at the moment in terms of MPs backing certain candidates, Rishi Sunak is certainly out in the lead, but this race is so unpredictable, really unpredictable, because we haven't got the final set of names, we don't know how it's going to play out, and in the end, when it does get down to the final two, it is up to Conservative members, the 150,000 out there in the country, who will ultimately decide.
Yeah, so the rest of us may get a Prime Minister we don't know.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. Who out there really knows Tom Tugendhat? I mean, some people at Westminster know him. They really like him. He, you know, he's a former soldier. He's got a really good story to tell. But in the end, a lot of people, they'd look at his surname and wouldn't know how to pronounce it, let alone know who he is.
Talking of former soldiers, Ben Wallace, Defence Secretary, who was seen as a potential favourite, he's ruled himself out. But does that ultimately then make him, potentially at least, the kingmaker?
A little bit, in the sense that when you're a cabinet minister, you clearly have a ministerial team, but you also have and MPs that quite like you and are kind of part of your group, if you like. So it's not just Ben Wallace representing kind of himself. He represents a certain section of the party now, which is interested in who he will decide in the end to back. I think Ben Wallace had decided, actually, he quite likes being Defence Secretary. I think he's almost assured, irrespective of whoever takes over, he will remain that post, given how well he's dealt with the Ukraine war. And also, you know, there's a big question for Ben Wallace. He's a former soldier who's become a very successful Defence Secretary. But at the same time, when you're Prime Minister, you have to run the health service and education and the economy. Again, these are big steps up for lots and lots of people, and that will be a concern to some Conservative MPs, and I'm sure to members too, again, that they want someone who can immediately take over at a time of crisis. I mean, not just the war in Ukraine, a cost-of-living crisis in which our economy is going to face incredibly difficult times.
Look what happened to Boris Johnson. You couldn't have predicted there'd be a pandemic.
No, indeed.
Completely derailed what he would have seen as his premiership.
And in the end, you know, they're in charge of all of our lives, in charge of a nation that's got nuclear weapons, the fifth largest economy in the world, and a fifth largest economy in the world that is potentially facing a recession. You know, what I think lots of Conservative MPs ultimately the end are looking for is a very serious politician who can take them through the next 18 months, 2 years, but in the end, ultimately also win them the next general election.
Talking of serious questions, Darren, we're expecting this down to be the last two in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, I think
how are you going to get any sleep?
I know. I know. I think my summer has all but ended.
Yes.
And it hasn't even begun.
I think you're probably right. But keep up the good work, Darren.
Yeah, I mean, it's your job to get to know these candidates.
This is true. This
for
is true.
us, isn't
This
it,
is true.
I suppose?
Yeah, we'll see you very soon.
Yeah, indeed.
OK, let's bring you up to date at 12 minutes past 9. And the RAF has deployed fighter jets to Finland and Sweden, who've applied to join NATO, as you know, for joint training exercises. The deployment part of an increased presence in the region, and these have been requested, apparently, by the host nations.
Temperatures in the UK are going to reach 30 degrees in some parts amid a heat wave blasting the nation, well, particularly London and the southeast of England. They're expected to see highs of about 29 and clear skies during the afternoon, making the country hotter than parts of the Maldives. The heat wave is set to continue into next week, with temperatures going to soar above 32 on Tuesday, potentially making it the warmest day of the year so far.
All eyes on centre court today for the men's singles final at Wimbledon. Duke and Duchess of Cambridge will be in the royal box to watch Kyrgios and Djokovic battle it out, and Catherine will present the trophies.
Catherine, not Kate.
I'm eyeing up an MBE, you see. It's what it is.
Oh, is that what it is? Naked ambition?
Not really, but no. So I think I should do it properly.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a lovely afternoon. How are you going to spend it? There's still time for you to get in touch with us. We're still on air until 10. Just us, that is. And then, of course, GB News goes on. But if you want to get in touch, gbviews at gbnews.uk. Tell us what you're going to do this afternoon.
Yes, probably watch the tennis.
I will be.
At least.
Will you? I mean, you're not that mad on tennis, are you?
No, I'll be. If I'm being brutally honest, I'll be asleep. While the tennis is on.
You'll miss it then.
Well, there you go.
I won't be. I'll make myself. I'll have matchsticks keeping my eyes open because I'm going to watch Novak Djokovic facing Nick Kyrgios today in the centre court. Djokovic, of course, is wanting to secure his 4th consecutive Wimbledon title and his 21st Grand Slam.
Well, let's head down to Wimbledon. Ellie Costello is there for us this morning. Before we talk, Ellie, about the excitement of today, let's sort through the excitement of yesterday, should we? What a final for the ladies.
Absolutely, and it was an exciting day, actually, Stephen and Anne. When I was in the queue around this time yesterday, I was talking to people about the women's singles final, and not many people were actually aware too much of the two ladies that were playing. I think it's pretty safe to say they weren't household names. It was On Jabeur, which is an amazing name. She's from Tunisia. She's actually known back home in Tunisia as the Minister of Happiness because of the tumultuous political situation in Tunisia. She's very much loved back at home. But the winner was Elena Rebekina. Now, she was playing under the Kazakhstan flag, but what was so interesting is that she was actually born in Russia. She lived the first 18 years of her life in Russia, and 4 years ago, for funding reasons, she now plays under the Kazakhstan flag. But it was very interesting because it was a Russian woman who actually lifted the trophy on centre court in a year where Russian and Belarusian players are banned. And what was also really interesting was I don't think she seemed to realise what had happened. At just 23 years old, she won Wimbledon, her first ever Wimbledon. Very relaxed, really. She just went up to the tennis net and she shook hands with Jabeur. And Jabeur even said afterwards, I need to teach her how to celebrate. Very, very relaxed, very, very low-key, but all the same, an absolutely incredible achievement.
And that was yesterday. However, today is going to be, well, probably even more exciting because these two giants are going to hack it out on centre court in searing temperatures, and they don't necessarily always get on very well, do they?
Yes, it's such an exciting day, and like you said, the weather is behind us here. It's going to be an absolute scorcher today, 32 degrees, and the excitement is building for this huge men's singles finals. Nick Kyrgios, the reformed bad boy, at least he says, and Djokovic, they're going to be on centre court at 2 p.m. I've been talking to people in the famous queue at Wimbledon about their excitement for today. This is what they told me.
Yeah, very proud of her. Although she didn't seem to realise what she'd actually won at the end, she was very calm and collected. But no, it was a good game, very good game.
Either will be great. We're just here for a good day. It's going to be a long time, but it's all worth it. Kyrgios always brings a bit of fun and a bit of exciting aspect to tennis. So I've always enjoyed him in the sport. But yeah, no, I think it would be exciting to see Kyrgios win.
I would bet on Djokovic, but today I guess Nick will win. Why Nick? Because I guess he evaluated very much. Used to be he was really fragile, but right now he's focused and he knows what's on the line to be a Wimbledon champion. And Novak done it like six times. I guess he deserved it.
So who's it going to be, Djokovic or Kyrgios? We're going to have to find out at 2 p.m. Djokovic going for his 4th consecutive Wimbledon title. It's his 21st Grand Slam overall. Kyrgios hasn't yet won a major title, so it's all to play for. And in the queue this morning, talking to people, I think Kyrgios is actually the favourite amongst the fans. And it has been quite funny to watch the two of them go at it on Instagram. Like you said, Anne, they weren't friends before, but after Djokovic wasn't allowed to play in the Australian Open because he refused to get the coronavirus vaccine, Nick Kyrgios actually took the support of Djokovic. He actually stood up for his friends. Since then, they have been friendly, and on Instagram the last few days they've been saying whoever wins today's match will take the other one out for dinner. So hopefully we see that friendship on the court and no tantrums from Kyrgios.
We shall see. Ellie, thank you. Whoever wins, you can take us out for dinner. How's that for a deal?
That sounds nice. Great stuff.
She's not biting on that. She
No,
doesn't
no,
like
she's
it.
not, no. Looks lovely in Wimbledon.
Sorry, the line's gone. I can't hear you.
Yes, that's right. It looks lovely in Wimbledon, though, doesn't it, with all the flowers and everything? They do it up so well.
Beautiful.
Be a great day.
Look, lots more still to come for you after a look at the weather for you.
Looking ahead to today's weather and the UK, here dry with plenty of sunshine and little cloud cover, feeling very warm. Here are the details.
Well, after a warm night for southwest England, it's going to be dry, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud cover, very warm, light winds, about 26 Celsius.
Across southeast England, after an early mist patches clear, it will be dry and fine with lengthy periods of sunshine, and it will feel hot.
As a warm start across Wales, mostly clear skies. There will be some cloud on the northern coast. It is going to be dry though and still feel very warm.
After any early cloud in the west clears, it will be a fine morning with plenty of sunshine across the Midlands, feeling very warm with light winds and highs of around 27.
Now, some cloud over high ground in the northeast of England. Initially, though, this will clear to leave a dry, fine and sunny day. Temperatures rising higher than yesterday to about 24 Celsius.
A widely dry day for Scotland, though there may be some light rain across Shetland and Orkney initially. There will be patchy cloud, but feeling warm, plenty of sunshine too.
It is going to be cloudy for many at first across Northern Ireland, though it will break up, allowing for some decent sunny periods, remaining dry for all and feeling very warm.
Dry across the UK this afternoon, plenty of sunshine into the evening ahead of a warm night. And there is your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
It's 9:22. Good morning to you, whether you're listening to us on the radio or watching us on TV. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, now, let's get all the latest royal stories now with Pandora Forsyth. And there's a lot about the Duchess of Cornwall, otherwise known as Camilla, in the papers today.
Or Queen Consort, as the Queen... The Queen wants her to be known. A big PR drive.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, big PR drive, a documentary. And obviously she's on the cover as well. The Duchess of Cambridge is getting involved. It's all stations go. But all of the coverage has been fantastic, I think.
Yeah. So the things she's in today, she's making a documentary, as you said, but she's also doing a sort of guest editorship of Country Life or Homes and Gardens or something.
Country. So it's Camilla's Country Life. It's a documentary. That'll be out on Wednesday. And, you know, that she'll talk about swimming in it. That's one of her hobbies. Her love of gardening. We get to know her a little bit better.
What's this naughty jokes thing?
The naughty
humour.
Yes, gnomes and all sorts. I mean, what they've said, actually, at the palace, sources have said, you know, it's actually not a difficult job trying to do PR for her because she's got such a cheeky, fun personality anyway. So, you know, it's not one of those sort of like, oh, God, how are we going to spin this kind of thing? So, yes, that's going to be on Wednesday on ITV at 9 p.m. And then she got photographed by the Duchess of Cambridge, which is very exciting.
That's interesting. So Kate has photographed Camilla.
Yes, she has. And we do know that Kate has her love for photography.
She's very good at it, actually.
Yes.
I mean, all the pictures they release of the children are all taken by her, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Which is, again, a good spin for Kate too. So sort of like a dream team. And we'll see more of them working together in the near future.
Well, that's quite nice to see.
Meanwhile,
Harry...
Yes,
we're all waiting with sort of bated breath about this book.
So this has been going on for, well, a couple of years now. It's supposed to be released in autumn, and on the marketing publishing list, we do see the books which are coming out, but it's nowhere to be seen. But the reason for that might not be to the fact that it's, you know, it's not going to be published. It might just be due to the fact that legalities and stuff like that. So it may still go out in autumn, but I can imagine it's going through with a very, very fine tooth comb. He doesn't want to annoy the Queen too much. She's been through quite a lot, and we do know that anything that he does say, you know, journalists will be all across it. So I think maybe it might be to do with legalities. Maybe there's a surprise in there for a big launch. A big Hollywood launch.
I hope they're just taking a bit more time to be considerate about what they say in it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it won't sell if there's not a couple of juicy lines. But he has to be really careful about what he does say in it because he doesn't want to annoy the family too much that he, you know, gets completely cut off. So, yeah.
I mean, because presumably it's all been done and dusted. I mean, he's clearly not written it, but he's...
No, there's a ghostwriter.
Yeah, so it's
but since they came over for the Platinum Jubilee and were trying to build bridges or mend fences or whatever the phrase is, they may well have gone back and said, you know, we'd like to amend, we'd like to change. And the publishers say, as you just said, well, I'm sorry, unless there are certain sexy lines in it for us, it's not worth the money. So
no, it's not.
It's a delicate balancing act going on.
It is, and they obviously want to be financially independent and all of that, but you know, there's a constant argument, isn't there, with Harry and Meghan, where you want to be financially independent, you want to be, you know, step down as senior royals, which they have done, but they need the tie to the royal family in order to
be interesting.
Yes. So yeah, no, it's difficult.
Now we all like a bit of gardening, and it's nice weather to do it.
The Queen's looking for a gardener.
She is. One thing I would say on this, she is looking for a gardener. She's 23,000 to 25,000. I think that they live in-house, so you don't have to worry about sort of bills and all of that. That will go to the Queen. But with the cost of living up at 10%, she gave the staff a 5% pay rise, which I just think actually, maybe she could be offering a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they're not very well known for paying their staff very much, are they? You sort of work for the privilege, don't you?
Yes, you do.
I mean, they must have hundreds of gardeners. So
yes.
this is presumably
this
just
is
one.
another one.
Yeah.
Another one. I don't know what their day-to-day will be. I'm assuming it's not just one gardener for all of the gardens.
It's teams.
That'll be quite a job.
There are teams of gardeners.
I suppose if you're a young gardener trying to sort of make a name for yourself, and actually 25 grand may not be.
No, and you learn a lot because, as I say, there are teams of gardeners and the head gardeners know everything about everything.
Yes.
So it's a place to learn your trade. And it looks good on your CV.
Oh, it does look good on a nice reference.
But it's just funny, you just sort of assume if you work for the Royals and they're going to pay you handsomely for it.
No, they're very well known for not doing, I think.
Yeah, and then the 5% instead of the 10% cost of living. I did see that and I think, well, but there we are. Lots of companies aren't going up to 10% either, so...
No, to be fair, lots aren't doing 5. So there you go. Look, Pandora, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Coming up, we're going to talk to somebody who's written a book and she knows the business, the music business, because she's actually married to one of our most successful musicians, Noddy Holder. And she's Susan. She's just released her first book. It's all about the Beatles and what it's like to be in that whole circle. So stay tuned.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio.
Now to our next guest. She's married to one of our country's most famous singers, and now Suzanne Holder, the wife of the Slade singer, Noddy, yeah, him. She's put her knowledge of the music industry to paper for a brand new book.
Shake It Up, Beverly tells the story of an obsessed Beatles fan who finds herself... Do that again.
Shake it up, Beverly. I'm now not doing it right at all.
No, that's very good, though. I like that. Anyway, Beverly finds herself back in the dating game as a 50-something mum of 3. Suzanne is here. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hello.
First, before we talk book...
OK. Let me guess what you're going to talk about.
But
he's not here.
I know, but isn't it funny? It's like It's so because he's like such an integral part
What's funny that he has a wife.
Oh, no.
Yes, that he's got anything like a normal background. Yeah.
Well, he does have a normal life, yes. I mean, he's noddy holder all the time, obviously.
Yeah.
But he also has, he's got 3 kids and a wife. And
How long have you been married?
We've been married for 16 years, but we've been together 32 years.
Wow.
So we were together 14 years before we got married. Because
Oh, what
we
a
wanted to be
disgrace.
sure.
That is very showbiz.
Do you think? I don't think being together 32 years is showbiz, actually.
No.
Being together 14 years and still wanting
That's
to get
right.
married
It's
actually
amazing.
is
Very
pretty
well
cool,
done. Yeah.
Fabulous.
And the next thing is, what do you all sing at Christmas?
Oh,
Well,
not that.
he likes a bit of Mariah Carey, actually.
Does he?
Oh, who doesn't?
Who does?
Who doesn't? It's interesting though with that background, and obviously because when you're writing about the Beatles
world that you
and
know
that
about.
world, I mean,
Yeah.
it is something you actually understand.
Well, it's why I wanted to write. So I've written a couple of rom-coms, and HarperCollins say that I'm writing rom-coms for rock chicks, which I'll take all day. That's a nice one. Although I am finding that a lot of rocking guys like it too. So there's quite a lot of men who are reading it because it's about the Beatles. It's got Beatles kind of story woven in. So like you said in the intro, it's about a woman called Beverly who's a massive Beatles fan. And she goes internet dating to try and find someone to love as much as she loves Paul McCartney. Now, I think you've got a little bit of a crush on Mr. McCartney.
I always have had. I'm
so I think
totally
I
open
think
about
you will
that.
identify with Beverly very much to try and find someone to match up to Matthew.
Yes.
Is quite a
well,
tough
for a
act.
start, you'd have to try and find somebody who knows about who loves the Beatles as much as you do.
Exactly what she's trying to do. Exactly, because I do think music is a bonding thing. I think the first date I ever had, we talked about music. I like old rock and roll music, and that was something. Even though, there is a little bit of an age difference between us, just 20 years.
Oh wow,
But,
that much?
There is, yes.
Where did you meet?
We met at Central Television. I was a researcher on a programme called Central Weekend Live.
Right, yeah.
And he came on as a guest. And I'd like to say that it was kind of, fireworks instantly. But actually, I didn't get that a rock star was asking me out. I'd only been working in television a very short time, and it took quite a long time for me to realise that he just kept saying, we should go for a drink. And eventually, when I did realise, about the third time of just bumping into him in the building, I got so panicked about the fact that a rock star had asked me out. I thought, he thinks I'm a TV Twinkie and I'm just going to, whatever.
Yeah.
And he'd asked me to meet in the Holiday Inn, and people were winding me up saying, the Holiday Inn bar, it's needs Holiday Inn bedrooms and all this.
Yeah.
And I just
The Holiday Inn was right bang next door to
It was
the
right next
studios.
door. And
Yeah.
this was 1989, 90. You couldn't Google. I was like, is there any drink, drug or sex scandals I should know about? I didn't know anything about him. So although I'd liked him, I just thought... So my strategy for dealing with that was to dress down. I went in combat trousers and a camouflage jacket. And when he told this story, he loves this story. We told this story at our wedding. He says I was wearing a balaclava. Can I say? It was winter, it was cold. I was wearing a snood, one of those woolen things you pull over your head. But I have to say, the whole kind of, urban terrorist was the kind of look, just because it was very defensive of me to. And he said, I walked in and he just thought, what is that? But we just got on and we talked.
Yeah.
And, that's how we kind of...
But you see, that's quite nice, isn't it, when you sort of find love unexpectedly, which is very different from Beverly going out searching for it.
Well, and it's not... it's a cautionary tale about the internet in some ways, because she does come across some very strange men. Again, I've pulled that from my history previous to Nadia as well, but you don't have to be on the internet or on a dating website to find weird people. I think you can find them anywhere.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you can.
I was a magnet for them in my earlier days. I have to say, the strange people with strange dates.
So you've woven some of your own experiences
So I have
in.
woven some. Well, they say write what you know, definitely, and I've definitely done that because there are some very strange episodes that go on when you try and meet someone, and she is trying to find someone to love, who shares her love of music, because music is important to her. It kind of connects her with different things in her past. And I think music does do that. And I wanted to write a book that wove music through it in a way when you watch a rom-com movie and you come out and it's got that kind of, you've got the songs in your head and you want to dance down the street and it makes you feel uplifted. I think, I was watching something last night, actually. I think Keith Richards said, music is sometimes the only thing you can trust. And I definitely think at the moment, isn't that true?
That's interesting, isn't it?
I think for people who love music, it's always kind of there that you can go to it and it kind of soothes you or comforts you. And I feel like that. So I've written this one, and then I've got another one coming out in September, which has actually got an Elvis Presley connection.
Oh, wow.
So that is called Rock and Rose. It's available to pre-order now, but it won't be out till September. This one's out now.
How long did it take you to write that then?
It didn't take me that long.
40 years, probably.
I've been writing it. No, actually, it didn't take me that long because I wrote it as a play first. It was a play that was going to tour the UK, and I'd kind of got it going and had done a few performances. And then, can you guess what happened? The pandemic.
Yeah.
Of course. All that, so I rewrote it as a book. So I had a core story. So actually, it took me about 6 months.
And has the family read it?
Yes, they have.
Presumably seal of approval.
Yeah, he loved it. He loves it. And he says he wouldn't normally pick up a rom-com, but because it's got the kind of whole Beatles thing throughout it and everything, he did love it. I mean, he wouldn't read it as I wanted to kind of read bits out. He would come past my office because it is quite funny. Well, I'm told it's quite funny. It's probably not for me to say. When I would be typing in my office, he'd come past and I'd be like chuckling to myself over something I'd written the day before, and he'd say, yeah, other people have to think it's funny before you can call it comedy, which is very true. But somebody did say to me, it's got a sex scene in it that is actually so funny that you'll never be able to listen to Yellow Submarine the same way again.
Oh.
It's not 50 Shades of Grey, but there's kind of, she's a woman in her 50s, so, we'll have to see what she gets up to.
Yeah, it's a bit naughty. I quite like that. I mean, I like the fact that, as you say, especially for the men who are watching Lizzie, you might think, oh, well, it's that connection because they might not relate to what Beverly's thinking and all this necessarily, but they'll relate to the music connection.
Oh, yes. Well, they will relate to the music connection, but also, I mean, I wouldn't want anyone to think that this book is about, all men are awful apart from Paul McCartney. I mean, you could make that argument, but that isn't what the book that isn't what the book is about. And actually, there are the people she meets in it. You do see how women can behave awfully on dates as well, which again, drawn from my own experience because I definitely.
Tell you what, would you be single now?
No.
For love?
What a horrible...
It's a minefield. I mean, it always was a minefield, being single and looking for love.
Also,
but don't you think it's worse? It's so exposing nowadays,
because I'm a writer, people say to me, "Oh, will you write my profile?" And even to do it for somebody else that you know, but to do it for yourself. I mean, what would you say? Gobby black country girl with messy hair. Sarcasm a speciality. That probably would be my kind of my calling card. I don't know that I'd get any takers. No. I really don't. No.
No, it's horrible. When you were on the dating scene, did you ever sort of backroom boogie? Sort of thing.
I beg your pardon?
No, Stephen!
I don't know what you're asking.
Oh, no, that sounds worse than it is, doesn't it? No.
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
No, I mean, when you say you're going to the loo or something and then disappear.
Oh, did you make a... No, but I probably should have done. No, I think I probably didn't do that. But I do know... There were people I definitely... I do use it, but there was somebody who I met on holiday and we started writing to each other. I think I met him in Norfolk, and he wrote me a letter and he spelt elephant incorrectly. And I was a journalist back then, and spelling was quite a kind of thing for me. And he didn't spell elephant wrong in the way you might think, which the PH possibly difficult. Yeah. But no, he got the PH. He spelled elephant with an I.
Oh.
No, I never replied.
No.
I found that just kind of,
off-putting.
Yes, I did. Anyway, there you go. But so that was as harsh as I think I ever was.
Yes.
Not replying to the elephant man.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I could be in Norfolk.
I just love the fact that you two have got filthy minds when I talked about backroom boogies or whatever. But honestly, it's terrible.
You brought it up, so I don't know why we're being accused of having filthy minds.
Be very careful what you say, because you'll write it into the next book.
I will.
Well, yeah, no, got to be careful.
I'm looking for another idea.
Tell us what it's called again.
It's called Shake It Up, Beverly, and it's out. It's a digital, paperback, and audio book. I don't read it. Proper actress with the Liverpool accent.
All right.
Okay. All right. And then Rock and Rose is coming out in September. If you like a bit of Elvis Presley, that's set in Memphis.
Oh, that's brilliant. Sounds fantastic.
Thank you.
And give our love to Noddy.
I will do. I will.
Oh, smashing.
Does he still do the knots? Nobby's knots.
Again, I wasn't sure where you were going with that one. I don't think that's a current kind of thing.
Is that stopped now?
No.
Peanuts.
It's available for all kind of ads.
Yeah, peanuts and cheese are my two downfalls in life.
Peanuts and cheese, I quite agree.
There's worse things to be addicted to.
How about strawberries and cream? Because they're coming.
Oh, yeah, very nice. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's lovely to see you.
She'll never come back, because you said this is chaos.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And it's going to get worse.
Anyway, look, Anne, I can tell you now, Anne is going to prepare some strawberries and cream. So while we do that, I'm going to run you through the front pages of the newspapers. And according to the Mail on Sunday, Liz Truss is set to launch her leadership bid in the next few days. She's expected to reverse Rishi Sunak's controversial national insurance hike, or at least promise to, should she get in. The Observer has Boris Johnson's supposed bid to sabotage Rishi Sunak. As the race continues, one party member has accused the PM of putting unsuitable MPs in middle and junior posts to try to cause maximum problems for his successor. The Sunday Times says the Tories are tearing themselves apart over tax. There's a new battle to save Brexit, according to the Sunday Express. Now, for The Independent this morning, experts are investigating the tax affairs of the new Chancellor and Tory leadership hopeful Nadhim Zahawi. The Sunday Telegraph says Sajid Javid and Jeremy Hunt are calling for tax cuts. The paper also says Mr Javid wants to scrap the controversial national insurance hike, which was introduced when he was Health Secretary. Keir calls for a general election, according to the Sunday Mirror. The Labour leader says changing the person at the top isn't going to clean out the rotten culture from throughout the party. And The Sun this morning has Christine McGuinness's marriage crisis. She's opened up for the first time about her relationship with her husband Paddy, saying they're having a difficult time. So, time to, as you see, Anne's busy preparing nibbles for us. In the meantime, here she is. She's come in, but
You'll have to clear us.
Oh, sorry, clear a space. I'll get rid of all of this. Sorry, I know it's my fault.
I just thought if we're talking about strawberries and cream and Wimbledon,
We should have it. Oh, how very nice. You see, this is civilised. As you can see, Aidan and Stephanie are back as well.
hand these out in a minute.
I can smell the mint from here.
Yeah.
Lovely.
There we go.
But we need teaspoons, Mr. Floor Manager. I don't know if he's around. We need teaspoons. Otherwise, how are you going to eat it?
There'll be some in the kitchen.
That's in there.
Oh, wow.
That, if you turn it round the other way so that the cameras can see it.
There you go.
Because there are lots of different ways to serve strawberries.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I was just so outraged by the apparent expense of Wimbledon strawberries and cream. And I thought, just how expensive is it to do a punnet of strawberries and a squirt of cream? I need some more squirty cream on that. But actually, it's dead cheap if you do it properly.
How much did you spend altogether for this?
Sorry?
How much was it altogether?
Altogether, this was about £6.
Wow. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Squirty cream. Sorry, I've got to get the squirty cream.
Cream. I'll tell you what, Anne's done here, which I've heard of. It's strawberries with black pepper.
Oh, that sounds really nice.
Yeah, so I thought, just in case it was too much sugar for you, Stephen, I thought we could do...
You see, that works really well.
It does, doesn't it? Strawberries...
I'm diabetic as well, so it's well considered.
Yeah, strawberries, black
Thank you very much
pepper,
indeed.
lemon juice and camembert.
Can we bite into it?
If you camembert it.
I've never heard of strawberries and black pepper together.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
A good combo.
Yeah. So if you don't want to do strawberries and cream, you can do a sort of more savoury. How about a bit of this? You've got to dress things as well to make them look special.
Yeah. See, this is what's nice working with Anne Diamond. She comes up with all these lovely, ideas.
I would love Anne to do a party for me. It would be the best party in town.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I made these at a cross between 9 o'clock last night and 3 o'clock this morning. So quite how tasty they're going to be, I don't know. This one's a straw. You make a strawberry. You make a strawberry compote.
Yeah.
And then some cream. And then some more strawberries, and then some more cream, and then some mint.
Lovely.
Forget that.
How long does it take you to make it, Anne?
Well, it doesn't take long at all. That's the thing. If you've got squirty cream, I mean, you can make things look special, really. Quite quickly.
I love the note that was out in the kitchen. There was a note out in the kitchen earlier on.
Oh, was there? Saying don't touch hands.
Don't touch this for the show. Such a greedy all the staff here at GBNews are. They're like scavengers.
I know, we have to put big notes. But you see, that's what I mean. If you get a squirty cream and just a load of strawberries, they're the most expensive thing, and whip it all into a frenzy and stick some mint on the top, it's tasty.
Why is Wimbledon charging so much for strawberries?
Well, they always have.
Well, you're trapped, aren't you? It's the same in any kind of concert or event environment. You are trapped, but they weren't as expensive as a glass of Pimm's.
Oh, how much was Pimm's?
Pimm's £11. But as I say, you got £2 back if you return your container. But, I mean, the strawberries are about £7 or £8 or something like that. It's enough. You don't get loads in there. It was only a small container.
Yeah. Try the one, that's just strawberries and squirty cream. This one's got the compote in it.
What's compote, just like mixed up?
It is strawberries, there is sugar in it. Is that all right with you? It's strawberries which you marinate in sugar and lemon juice.
So how long do you have to marinate?
A good 4 hours. Then you put it in the fridge and the compote sets.
Yeah.
So that it's almost set.
It's lovely, I have to say.
Yeah?
This is right.
Oh, that's right. Lovely.
Good.
I know this might sound a bit of a silly question, but can you bring your own strawberries and cream to Wimbledon?
Yeah, you can. You're allowed to bring any food in,
So
no
you
problem.
can take it in a little cool box and do your own. This is the way to do it then,
Great.
But like I said,
My mate bought his own bar.
It's the one with the compote that's the tastiest, I think. But otherwise, it's just strawberries and cream. But like I say, the compote is, yes, strawberries, chop them up, shake them about with lemon and sugar, and then just leave them, and they macerate, I think is the word. And you get this lovely, a sort of half-inch at the bottom of just like liqueur, almost. And that's what's on top of the...
I love the mint as well.
The mint really works.
Well with it.
Such a good combo.
Oh yeah, no, mint works really,
I might be first
really
to
well with absolutely everything, doesn't it? But again, if you don't want the high sugar content or the cream, you can do strawberries and black pepper, lemon juice, and on toast or bruschetta. It's like a bruschetta almost, made with strawberries instead of tomatoes.
It's very kind of you to bring this in, Anne, by the way.
£6 as well.
Yeah, this was £6 for the lot. So, I could set up a stall outside Wimbledon.
You could do it. I'll tell you what's nice about this sort of thing, though, is that it just tastes like sunshine.
Doesn't it?
On a hot day.
Yeah.
Good, done well today.
Perfect.
It's going to be an exciting day.
I think I'm first to finish. I think I've got
It's such a compliment, isn't it, when you make something and somebody gobbles it up.
I can't get my face quick enough.
No, that is a real compliment. Thank you very much.
I think
Good.
with the squirty cream, actually.
Oh, dear. Oh.
Hurry up and eat that, Stephen, otherwise I'm having it.
So the main thing, the sports story is not the strawberries and cream. It's the state of play.
Yeah.
Are you able to talk yet?
I'm able to talk, yeah.
Right. So we've got this amazing match that's going to happen between Djokovic.
Sorry, I've got strawberries over my notes.
Well, that's a good sign.
You can see that. You can see that there. I might have to scoop that off later on. We have got this magnificent match later on today, starting at 2 o'clock. We're seeing Nick Kyrgios, who is going for his first slam. It was always assumed that his time had passed at the age of 27. Normally, a Grand Slam breakthrough would be probably in the early 20s. That was certainly the case with Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, even Murray. And so he didn't really have the mentality, the focus, the kind of, how can I describe it, the psychology in a way to go ahead and win a slam. But he's got a big chance today. He's had 4 days of rest. I don't know whether that's going to be an advantage or whether it's going to play against him. Djokovic is completely match fit. There's redemption at stake for him. He had all those problems getting into Australia in January. I didn't think he looked at his peak in the French Open as well in May when he went out in the quarterfinals against Rafa Nadal.
I think that's why the crowd is sort of slightly against him.
Possibly.
Usually they're very warm towards Djokovic.
Yeah, yes, they are and they aren't. I don't think he's... Federer and Nadal have always been more popular. It's been a bit of a problem for him over the years, over the last 10, 15 years, trying to breach those two. Having said that, there's always something...
The vaccine thing, though, hasn't gone down terribly.
No, it hasn't. I mean, Kyrgios defended him. He said, we need to do better. You know, we can't just keep holding up great champions. He'd already won several times in Australia. He was already well known to the Australian public, and yet they decided to hold him up in a hotel room outside of Melbourne. And he was kind of... Kyrgios felt that he was used for the purposes of political expediency by the Prime Minister at the time. So, having said that, I just think Djokovic has always had that little X factor that winds people up a little bit.
Yes.
He was seen as a bit of a baby early on in his career. He was one of these guys who, having won the Australian Open quite young, about 2008, I think it was, he struggled to finish games. He always used to feign out injury. He didn't have the staying power to really beat the top players. That all changed in the first tournament of 2011. He beat Andy Murray in the Australian Open. He has not looked back since then, apart from a period around about 2015-16 when he had a bit of a lull and a few personal problems as well. But he's got back on his bike since then, and today could take him to 21 Grand Slams. So he'd be one ahead of Federer and one behind Rafa Nadal, and then it would be all to play for the rest of their careers.
Well, what I find interesting about this match, I feel like it's both the bad boys of tennis who are going to be competing today.
Well, they're mates now.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a very entertaining match. But, Aidan, tell me the money. How much money is the winner going to make?
The winner will get £1.7 million. So,
how does that differ from the winning money for the women?
Same. 5.7 million.
Because they fought long and hard. I didn't know they'd actually got.
I do think the women should play best of 5 sets though.
Yes, I agree.
Because they are fantastic athletes and they can easily go to 5 sets. I think we'd enjoy seeing play. We'd see a different type of match, a more tactical game. We see power come to the fore. The athleticism would be more important. I think that yesterday, yes, it went to 3 sets, but it seemed a bit short to me. I'd like to have seen those 2 fantastic players play for an hour longer.
Yes, I know what you mean. Exactly.
Having said that, men's game can be short as well.
Quickly.
Yeah, I know, and I think there was nothing else. There was no other pressing engagements on that court yesterday. I think we would like to have seen it extend
I've forgotten an important ingredient.
Go on.
I'm quite eager to see who is going to be in the royal box, celebrity-wise, because yesterday they did have a good turnout. It was Kate, obviously the Duchess, and Tom Cruise, who was sitting next to me.
Sorry.
Anne's back with the vodka.
I forgot. This is the important ingredient. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I regret finishing mine now.
Yeah, no, you didn't. There's another one. Oh, no, there isn't another one. Stephen's eaten it.
There's one of these.
I think just a little tiny drop of vodka.
I love it.
I thought you were going to reach for some salsa or something like that.
Mix the strawberries. Mwah.
I bet it does.
You don't want any on?
No, thank you. No, I don't drink.
I'll have a bit on mine.
Let me taste how it.
Yeah, I'll just nick that. That'd be fine. I'll have that before lunch. I think.
Right.
Now you see, now that's
it gives it a right old kick.
Does it? It does.
I'm liking it.
Now you see, now this is very showbiz, Steph. Strawberries, cream and vodka for breakfast.
Yeah, it is.
Life I live. I love it.
Tell you what, you do get out and about and do a lot of. I always see you on your Instagram. You're always at these fancy restaurant launches and things. You get some good food.
I know, I do love it. I do love it. It's stuff that I can't afford as well. So when I do get an invite, I'm really happy. Like I went to the polo the other day.
Oh yes,
which was quite interesting because I don't understand polo. Aidan, do you know much about polo?
Not really. I'm a working class boy from Bromley.
Yeah,
so no,
well, that's
no, I don't. I've got a mouthful of strawberries and cream as well.
So I went to... Sorry, this is really good. Anyway, I went to this polo match called Luxor Freak Polo. So it's a day where they're actually promoting black people who play polo because it's always assumed, always people say black people don't know how to swim, black people don't do certain sports. So it was amazing. They took a bunch of influencers and they taught me the tactics of how to do polo, which was quite interesting.
Brilliant.
It's hard work.
Was that the Hurlingham Club, you say?
No, it was the Hurtwood.
Oh, yeah, you told me, yeah.
So it was really nice, actually, and I think I want to get into polo now. But the thing is,
polo is a lovely day out, even if you never play, because it's, frankly, only rich people who really play.
I know.
Yeah,
but you go along and you take your car, hopefully your car is a hatchback.
A polo?
A polo.
A VW polo.
Then you do many times. Then you do the picnic in the back, and you sit on the back of the car, and you have the big, and that's when you have the strawberries and cream and the champagne, and you do your hamper full of beautiful things. Yeah, and you definitely put vodka on top of your strawberries when you're playing
this is
polo.
going to be my new
And then
thing
halfway
now.
through the match, you go and do the treading in.
Yeah,
Did you see the treading in?
Treading in?
Well,
What's
because the ponies kick up such a lot of what do you call them? Scuds of grass. There's a word.
There's a word.
But basically, there are little holes, and so your job as a human at half-time is all of the crowd go. It doesn't matter how posh you are.
Yeah.
You go out and you do the treading in. You tread the tufts back into the earth.
Wow.
It's an absolute. It's a tradition that you do at half-time.
It seems like a really sophisticated game,
terrible.
but I just find it so hard that you're having to swing the ball, go for the ball, and you're on a horse at the same time.
And you're managing a horse.
So it seems a bit too much for me.
And people see it as, I suppose it's seen as very colonial sort of, days of the Raj type thing.
They call it the king of
sports, yeah. But it's because kings play it, still do. But it's a great day out, even if you don't know one end of a horse from the other. It's a lovely day out to go and watch and to have a picnic in the car.
Steph will be inviting us at this rate, I would have thought.
Yes, we are on July 30th. Let's see this.
I'll do the desserts.
Yeah, that was only the preview.
Oh,
so
right.
they were just trying to teach us how it works and like all the tactics of it. I met a few hunky polo players. I saw them there. Yeah.
Well, they'll be rich, darling.
Yeah, I know.
And so there's a proper match, is there?
Yeah, there's going to be a proper match on the 30th, yeah.
And you're going to that?
Obviously.
I'm going. Are all the lot who were there the other day going again?
Yeah, they are. So I met all the players and they were just kind of talking about some of the challenges they faced about being, black African players in the polo industry, because it has been quite closed off. So it's about them changing perceptions, and it was great, even for me.
Well, good.
Really good.
Very interesting.
But I'm all about Wimbledon today, actually.
Oh, well, I think so.
I want to see who's going to be wearing what. I want to see what Kate's going to be wearing
Wasn't
today.
she fabulous yesterday?
She looked blooming
Oh,
in yellow yesterday.
She's actually,
And she was sitting next to Tom Cruise.
Yes, that may be another good reason that she turns up in such lovely frock.
Yeah, they've got
tried one of these?
Got some black pepper.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Well, we look forward to that.
Yeah. No, it's interesting, isn't it? Now, look, get in touch with us today. If you send us a tweet, because we're not going to be here to pick up the emails, but if you send us a tweet later on, if you're having strawberries and cream and things, it's very nice to hear from you at GB
Hope you have a
News.
lovely afternoon. What are you doing?
Stephanie's still tucking in. Enjoying that, darling?
I'm loving it. And can I take this home with me?
Yeah.
I'm halfway through my second.
Love it. It's how we roll. Good to
great
see you
day.
this morning. We'll see you next Friday.
Looking ahead to today's weather and the UK, here dry with plenty of sunshine and little cloud cover, feeling very warm. Here are the details.
Well, after a warm night for southwest England, it's going to be dry, plenty of sunshine, very little cloud cover, very warm, light winds, about 26 Celsius.
Across southeast England, after an early mist patches clear, it will be dry and fine, with lengthy periods of sunshine, and it will feel hot.
As a warm start across Wales, mostly clear skies. There will be some cloud on the northern coast. It is going to be dry, though, and still feel very warm.
After any early cloud in the west clears, it will be a fine morning with plenty of sunshine across the Midlands, feeling very warm with light winds and highs of around 27.
Now, some cloud over high ground in the northeast of England. Initially, though, this will clear to leave a dry, fine and sunny day. Temperatures rising higher than yesterday to about 24 Celsius.
A widely dry day for Scotland, though there may be some light rain across Shetland and Orkney initially. There will be patchy cloud, but feeling warm, plenty of sunshine too.
It is going to be cloudy for many at first across Northern Ireland, though it will break up, allowing for some decent sunny periods, remaining dry for all and feeling very warm.
Dry across the UK this afternoon, plenty of sunshine into the evening ahead of a warm night. And there is your weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you